just like, I think I won a couple of big hands of it, and I think I hit a straight flush against someone who had the nut flush in a live tournament, so that was a pretty cool feeling. And yeah, I just had to, those were the days where you just 6-4 clubs, you'd play it from under the gun, you'd just be in there. But now you're playing a bit more sort of sensible poker. Sometimes I have to fold it when I'm on the short stack, so I guess it's not my favorite hand anymore.
The best player you've ever played against?
That's tough, really tough question. I tell you, one of the people I was most impressed with when I played with them, was JC Tran. I played with him in this 40. They had a special anniversary 40K buy-in at the World Series, and I'd satellited in a live satellite. I hate satellites. Well, somehow I won my seat, so I was really pumped for that. Played with him on day one, I think, and it was really deep stack poker, which sometimes I don't play that as much of because I late register a lot and stuff. So I was sort of sitting there learning, playing quite tight, watching the table, and he was in there every hand, and he was taking unconventional lines and just winning every pot without showdown. So yeah, he really impressed me that day.
If you could play and beat anyone heads up for your second bracelet, who would it be?
Oh, so many candidates. It'd have to be like one of my friends for sure. Just could have like bragging rights forever.
Toby.
Well, Toby would be good because he's never won a bracelet. It's like the only thing he's never won. So I almost feel too mean though beating him heads up for a bracelet. I'd draw the line there. Maybe like someone who won one before, but like I think maybe beating Dempsey would be good. Just because when I lived with him for a while, I'd always win the flips against him. We'd always flip for dinner, and I was like 30-0 against him on flips. So just to beat him heads up as well would just be the icing on the cake.
Do you still play as much online as you used to, or is it just Sundays? What does the future hold, Chris?
Yeah, still playing quite a bit. Like there's a few American sites to play on. Play like maybe three or 4 days a week. Not like the full day grinds that I used to. Or I couldn't do them now anyway. Like back through the night, and obviously you can't play on all the sites here. But yeah, like I don't know. Like I'll keep playing poker until I don't enjoy it anymore, and then I'll try and find something else that hopefully I can have even 50% of the passion for. So yeah, for now, poker, but you never know. But for the foreseeable future, I think I'll still be playing a decent amount of poker.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
I mean, I should do so many things differently, but I'm a big believer in sort of, as long as you don't do anything too bad, like not, I wouldn't change the past. Like you make mistakes and you learn from them, and I had so many backing, like it cost me a lot of money in the end, but like I had so many great experiences from it. I was there on the rail of so many of like my players, amazing experiences, traveled the world, stayed at people's houses for free because of it, met so many amazing people from different places and different walks of life. So yeah, no, I wouldn't change anything really. It's all worked out pretty good in the end. So even though thousands of mistakes along the way, but yeah, pretty happy overall.
Well, 11 years since the first time we spoke. Well, I got a microphone in my hand. We've done it again. You've done absolutely incredible in the last 15 years, and every credit to you with the books, with everything you do poker-wise. Fingers crossed we get the live Triple Crown. That would just be absolutely amazing. And fingers crossed we see you on the GUKPT circuit once again. If you have to come over to the UK, that will be an amazing time because we get to speak to you yet again. Other than that, we'd have to come to Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, I have to, like, my GUKPT record is really bad, so I do need to, like, at some point, probably the most likely ones, so occasionally I play the London one, so that's probably my most likely one. But yeah, I definitely like one day, even final table GUKPT I've never done. So yeah, gotta mix it with the UK guys for sure.
Chris Moment, thanks for spending an hour with the Tower. You're an absolute superstar. Cheers, buddy. Thanks very much.
No worries. Good to chat to you, Phil. It's been too long. Take care.
Cheers, buddy. Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding two of the three Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's ninth on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid, and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It was quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player. Played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, you know, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, you know, can't take a week off poker. You know, I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously, I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, you know, cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So, yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also, I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was very 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on. You know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that. And I would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament. And I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was a career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the yeah, I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and I kind of was my younger sister, and I got her to because
No, wrong button. He'll be with us in about 30 seconds. He's gone for the tea. He's gone for the tea. We have got coming round with us right now Sanjay Patel. Chip count. Oh wow, nice one, Paul. We have got chip counts. Johnny Gray 410, Anthony Miles 410, Phil Clark's been up there nearly all day on 340. If you look down the names, I'll run through the feature. We've got Sanjay Patel, James Pitchford, Craig Stewart, Michael Kane, Phil Clark as third in chips. We have got Phil Clark, Ewan McNicholas, who is now going to be leader of the NPL for sure. Chris Johnson. Chris might overtake him if he has an enormously deep run does Macapac. Here comes the T-boy, Connor Healis and Craig Dawson.
Good little table.
Good table. Story about Craig Dawson, said it before. He came to play the bounty at 9 o'clock, he started at 7.
He loves getting to places late, don't he?
It was alternate 124 and got a seat. So
That's how to do it.
Pretty decent. So he's in. He's now in. But they're the chip counts. The big ones, the big stacks. Josh Mushin still got a lot of chips. One to watch because he has won the 30-30 this week and he is a great player. And if we go to the prize ticker, which will be rolling across, I think that's the chip counts, so apologies. The prize ticket will be rolling across the bottom of the screen very shortly. 140,000 and a bit of juice. So let's do the next session.
Let's do it.
Is this a session we get to the Wonga? We're on 71.
It's usually, like we say, level 16 or level 17, so we will see.
54 get the money. 71 players starting this session. Evening, everyone. YouTubers will be refreshing and thinking, why are we looking at the events of the first two levels? Well, I hope everybody's found the new YouTube stream. Swifty's got 100,000. Yeah, Ewan Nicholas and Macapac sat side by side. I'm pretty sure Chris Johnson can still win it.
It's open from Phil Clark, and I expect Michael to defend this one, getting 4.5 to 1 on his money, suited 5 deuce, perfectly fine to flick in and defend.
Nine, 4, 9.
And this one going the way of Phil, just continuing with Queen High on the paired board. He gets that one through.
Evening, Pete. 533 entries, £575,000 in the prize pool, 140,000 for first. Started today with 168 and we're on to 71. That's Pete Whitehouse who's just tuned in.
Chris with Ace King, and open this one. Raises to 7. Michael here, interesting one. Ace Jack of clubs in the small. Probably just going to flat this spot versus under the gun +1. Versus late positions, might incorporate in some more free bets, but versus Chris Johnson, early position raise, probably just going to call and see a flop with the Ace Jack of clubs. There is the call, and Phil with 10-5 off. Probably not going to defend this one, and that's an knock. So heads up between Michael Caine and Chris Johnson. 8-8-4, 2-flop flop. Chris snap checks behind with the ace king after Michael Caine flopped the flush draw. Checks over to Chris again. I think Chris will know he's got the best hand a lot of the time once Michael's checked twice here. Like he might lead small with some of his pocket pairs, try and fold out some overs. Now Chris coming in for a 4.5k continue, and Michael Caine just going to make the call with his 2 overs and nut flush draw.
2 of hearts on the river.
Check is what you expect to see here, Tower, and the ace king Chris is going to be the best hand.
So Nasa Gandhi was the last one out before the break, which put us down to 71. Super prize pool.
Not ace king again, is it? It's not ace king, is it?
Blinds 1.5, 3, big blind ante of 3,000.
So fine to open this one once folded to us on the button, Queen 9. And you and A7 suited here in the big, not going to be going anywhere. Interested to see how he's going to proceed here with this one. Definitely go either way, especially versus this opponent. I'm just going to call and happy to go heads up to the flop out position. The A7 suited.
Here's a deuce.
So you wants to be checking here over to the aggressor. The thing is, Michael's going to rep this board so often. So even the times he doesn't have an ace, he's going to be betting this in terms of range. And doesn't need to go big, and looks like he's opted for third pot, 6k into 18.5. You're not going to be going anywhere here with his A7. Should just be calling and taking turns. Which is the deuce of spades. Ewan checks once more, and I think this might be a give up from Michael on this particular turn card. Maybe like a high heart would have been a decent card to double barrel on as a bluff, but I think on this particular turn this is going to be a pretty easy give up for us, and just going to check behind. The river is the 6 of clubs, so Ewan has the best hand. Now it's up to him if he does want to come in for value, or whether he's going to try and induce a bluff from his opponent. Can credibly rep a bluff here as Ewan. Heart draws have missed, will draws have missed, by both of them calling out the big blind. And opts for 20k into 30.
And how many's left in the main? 67.
340,000, Phil as our chip leader and third overall. Mr. Phil Clark in seat 5 with a hat. Anything interesting happened at dinner time? Did you have 60 minutes of lay down, shut eye, close your eyes?
Got a little bit wet.
What?
Got a little bit
Oh,
wet.
PK told me it was raining.
Yeah.
PK said he went to the shop, got drowned. I didn't venture out.
Yeah, it was very wet out there.
Okay. Well, of course, an old Razor Kev will be stood in the crowd at Blackpool with the QPR.
Yeah, but Kev's having a great time in the rain.
Oh, they're winning.
They're winning. That's yours.
Sanjay in scene number 1 raises to 6.
Yep. Perfectly fine to open this one. Coming in for a steal, need some of these in our range from early position. Suited wheel aces, good ones to just come in for an open, try and pick up blinds and ante. But going to get some resistance from Connor in the big blind. He's going to make the call.
Ace 3, ace.
Yeah, so Sanjay gets a lovely flop. Like to see the check as well from him. Just thinking about all the hands that big blind's meant to defend. A lot of the time we're going to get the check mark straight away on the flop, but now we do want to start trying to come in for some value. Hope that Connor's perhaps caught a jack or maybe get stubborn with a potential 3x hand, but he puts in another tricky check. And jack of clubs on the river, so that is a boat for Sanjay. And Connor just with a give up, not going to bluff at this one, and Sanjay going to come in for some value here but not going to get paid. Wouldn't have got paid on any street.
Stick a big over betting.
Bets 15k, and Connor with just 10 high is going to get out of the way. What Connor's thinking here, Tower, he's actually not insta-folded. He might think Sanjay's got like 8s, 9s, 7s that have been counterfeited, but when he didn't insta-fold. Pick up for Sanjay there, getting a good little run out for him.
So we're on 71.54, get the money.
Or table 2, once you know the order. Keep playing once you know they're off. And Louis Lee Lambert for 2-5 yellow. Sorry, 2-2 yellow.
So 71.54, get the money. We'll give you eliminations as they happen around the room, wherever they happen around the room.
BMW blue.
Blue.
Registration 1HJT. BMW blue. Reg 1HJT. Please could you move it back so the client can get out, and then you'll be able to park in a parking space in front of the casino. BMW blue.
May all your cards be live?
Thanks very much indeed. Good luck, everyone.
So funny earlier when someone obviously heard on the stream and put in the chat that they obviously checked it on the gov.uk. Go, that car's got no tax.
Please open for Richard Gardner or I want to at the Slogan cash station. Richard Gardner, we are walking to the Slogan cash station. Thank you.
Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch to follow us, watch the live stream. People will still be coming back from the break thinking, where have we gone? We had to restart.
It's James with the ladies. Raises to 7k and Sanjay with pocket sevens. Lovely hand to defend the big blind. What a flop for him as well. 4, 5, 6 rainbow. So he wants to, although we got a big flop for ourselves, check it over to the aggressor. He's still got the better overpairs in his range. And James going to fire here with his queens. Can sometimes incorporate a check-in with this particular board, but regarding stack size, I think we're happy to go bet and just try and get it in with our ladies. I expect Sanjay just to call here. Yeah, nice from him.
Indeed he does.
Some players may make the mistake of raising this one on this flop, but so much better to come in for a call.
Can it be repping the ace as well now?
Well, I think
Sanjay.
the thing is, this shouldn't really be too bad a card for us here as James with the ladies, and that's why he's firing here. Yes, an overcard to our queens has come, but once Sanjay calls flop, the only ace-x he should have are now 2 pair holdings, ace-6, ace-5, ace-4, as well as some ace-7 and ace-3, which are up and down on the flop. So we're not too worried about this card. Want to start getting more value from some hands like 5-7, 6-7, 4-7, all the pairs and gut shots that we're ahead of. So James firing again here with the queens, like this bet a lot from him. And Sanjay with our particular holding, getting 3-1 on the call. Going to have a hard time folding this one. Getting 3-1 on our money. 7's going to be good in our head. 8's going to be good, and the 3's going to be good. So that's 10 outs. Getting 3-1, getting a direct price to make the call here. So no need to do anything silly. Just want to call and take a river, and that's exactly what it looks like he's going to do. It's the jack of spades, and this probably will go check now tower. James should come to the conclusion that he's not going to get any value from anything worse.
Indeed, check.
Yeah, perfectly played hand really from both players, not really much else. Maybe the only thing that we can mix up sometimes, James can incorporate a check-in versus big blind range, but I think with that stack size, playing what was around 35 bigs to start the hand, fine to play it exactly how he did. Maybe a bit less actually, Sanjay's effective stack.
Fancy playing anything at the grand final? This is it,
Little
18th of November
Good
until the
schedule.
5th of December. First event, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll be down there doing a bit of streaming. Looking forward to the first weekend, and then there's all sorts of games going on. The PLO is 4-card on the Wednesday. Thursday, there's a high roller satellite. Friday, we're going to be live streaming a cash game. Saturday, we're going to be doing the NPL playoff. Looking forward to that for all the prizes. And then Sunday will be in the midday 2. And then we'll have a couple of days off. And then Monday, the high roller that this lad's playing. And then the high roller PLO that is going on. The UK 6 max that's coming offline. The UK heads up that's coming offline. The A-Maker final is when we start streaming again. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to finish the season. And that is when we will conclude Sunday the 5th of December with the grand final table at some point, and that will be the last event for the team.
Well, the queens are moving around. This time it's Craig's turn. In the same scenario, big blind defend, heads up, but on this board this should just be going bet fold. Not much we can do here as James other than check fold this one, 6 high, no draw. Craig doesn't need to go too large. Gary McGaffney, has anyone unloaded the clip yet? Not yet. You'll know when they do, Gary. I'll be there. I'll let you know.
Has anybody unloaded the clip? Is his favourite line in poker.
So Michael having Jack 8 suited under the gun.
Seat open for Ellen McLean on a dealer choice cash game. That's Ellen McLean on a dealer choice cash game.
And raising tape for Michael K.
As you can see, we're down to 67. We've lost Bousey. Ace King against 10s it was. Left him with a big blind. And then out next hand, Ronan Sweeney was out. Rennie Share out on the outer table. And Spuddy. Chris Flint. So we're on 67.
Going to be a close one.
Yeah, indeed.
Whether we get to the money or not this session, it's going to be very, very close.
Forgot my tea, son. Forgot my tea.
Still warm.
Oh, aye. Oh, Gary. I'm not even going to read that one out. Had some bad news from the doctor. So they told him one day he feels like a wigwam and the other days he feels like a marquee. He said I was too tense.
Once again, if anyone is interested
Oh,
in
my
registering for our
days.
bounty tournament,
I'm glad you're here though, in the chat. I really am.
After that, there'll be no new players. We will continue to fit the alternates. We do have a waiting list. There is a waiting list, but after we restart, there will be no more new entries.
There you go. If you're on the alternates list, you will get a game if you want a game. If you're not on the alternates list, after the start of the new level in 6 minutes' time, you won't be able to play. Simple as that. The bounty has been mobbed, and I mean absolutely mobbed. I think the alternate was about 100. Crazy situations. Sure, the alternates was. I know Michelle Bricknell's in. She was alternate 84.
So Chris flopping top pair, top cricket. What's Craig up to here with the Queen 10? Opts to come in for a raise with middle pair, mixing it up. Surprised we peeled the Queen 10 in the small in the first place, but opted to raise. This is a great card for Chris here now, Tower, because like one of the main hands, Craig's repping here, a pocket sixes once he raises flop. He can have Jack 10 as well, but a lot of the time you only expect Jack 10 suited to peel in the small blind. So it's Jack 10 of spades, Jack 10 of hearts, quad sixes, and that is it. There's 3 combos that we should lose to here as Chris Johnson, and obviously there's a whole host of bluffs. You've got diamond draws, you've got king, queen, those type of holdings, and it's the king of diamonds on the river, and check, check, and the ace jack of Chris is going to be the best hand. And Craig taking an unorthodox line, but Chris Johnson not folding turn. Would have been in a tough spot in the river if Craig continued barreling, but turn was a great card for us there with ace jack.
One of the day ones of the 6 marks on the heads up, they're online. They are online. And then you turn up to play the live finals, as we see right there. Second weekend, I do apologise. The UK heads up on the Wednesday is day 2, and also the 6 max. They're day 2 live. They are live, but they start online. So if you want to check out all the details, then on Grosvenor Poker we'll have the updates for the 6 max and the heads up, but they're online, moving to live. Impossible to staff for a heads up live comp. Impossible. So they play down to a certain number. I don't know how many they play down to. If we can get the details, I will let you know exactly. If Tom's watching, I know Tom's had a newborn, sleepless nights and all that malarkey.
So Chris opening 6-5 suited, early position. Phil gonna just defend the ace jack of spades. And Chris flopping best on 8-6 deuce 2 hearts, comes in for a continue here. Phil going to make the call here with his ace jack. We are still ahead of some of Chris's under the gun opening range, although we are out of position. No backdoors for us either. 7 of clubs on the turn. Probably going to go check here. In terms of range, Chris is going to have a lot of checks on this particular turn card versus big blind defend, unless he comes in really small, try and get a free show down the river, but there is the check. Is the 8 of diamonds. So Phil here, I don't think he's ever going to bluff this. We are still ahead of hands like ace 10, ace 9 suited wheel aces, as well as some Broadway holdings, but looks like he is going to bluff it. What's he trying to fold here with the ace jack? What hands are we trying to fold out? Guessing he's trying to fold some ace king, ace queen. Obviously from Chris's perspective, like heart draws obviously brick, but all the the straight draws either make a pair of 7s or a straight on the turn, except 3-4. So on this 8 river, a 7's got quite a nice value bet. Like, it's quite easier to value bet when the 8 pairs and you've got top 2 pair. So tough spot this. Could go either way. It looks like he's making the call, and it's a good call. Ace high for Phil, and Chris with the 6-5 of diamonds.
Nice call, Chris.
Up to 275k.
News regarding the heads up and news regarding the 6 max when we go down into London. The UK Heads Up Championship is on Tuesday, the 16th of November. It's £225 buy-in. You play down to 4 online. So they'll have, obviously they'll have 2 on one side of the table, 2 on the other side of the table, a couple of dealers, then they'll play semi-final and final down in London. Day 2 will be the Wednesday the 1st, 10,000 guaranteed. And the 6 max, £530 in. Wednesday the 17th of November is the online flight. You play down to 12, which will be 2 tables live, and that'll be Wednesday the 1st of December on a 30,000 guarantee. So if you fancy flicking that in, heads up on Tuesday the 16th of November and the 6 max on Wednesday the 17th online, playing down to 2 tables each, and we go live on Wednesday the 1st of December.
So Phil's going to complete in the small, and you with 7-3 off. Probably going to check his option here. Sometimes when you are stone cold bottom of your raid and the small blind does complete, you will see some players raise it up, just happy to take it down there, and they can comfortably fold to a limp 3-bet, but just checks his option in this situation.
Yes, it's 8 flop.
Hard for us to rep an ace here as you, and I guess we'll have some 8x that we bet, but checks behind. And picks up a 7 on the turn, so does turn the best of it. And now I think we're going to see Ewan fire potentially small, but no, he checks straight behind. Surely now we've got to go for value, blind on blind, try and get called by some king highs, perhaps some queen highs, and some rivered 5x. So about 6k, opts for 2/3. Now Phil in a hard spot because Ewan can have a whole host here. There's just so much he can have, checking his option in the big. Gets out of the way.
So we are on 67. Chris Flint, last one out.
Yours and please, still at safe, make your way to the desk, you will speak in the bathroom, that's still at safe.
How are we doing, Stuart?
Hey up, Mr. Dawson. Hey, Sharon. Yeah, 67 out of 533. The money starts at 54.
Please come keep Frazier, make his way to the
So,
car, please. That's keep Frazier to the car, please.
13 places off the money. And if you only have one bullet, you double your money. If you satellite it in, you make chunks. Not sure why Phil's cards are there on the button. He's not in the hand. Way behind on the graphics, unfortunately, because we've got to the flop. Ace 7-9. Bet from Ewan and the fold from Macapac Chris Johnson.
The only reason for 4 bats because you were talking about 8-9.
London on its way, but after London, oh yes, they return the 25-25 for December. They return 25,000 guarantee, £250 buy-in. Newcastle and Walsall 9th to the 12th of December, and then Leeds, Bury New Road, play at Leeds, play at Bury New Road, play the second day in Leeds, and the collective money is put together, and that'll be a huge prize pool. And then Luton and December, Luton on the same weekend. Spoke to Jim about it yesterday. Leeds, Bury New Road trialling it, but we're expecting Southampton and Portsmouth to be put together, Reading and Luton to be put together, Newcastle, Stockton. There's plenty of options regarding the 25-25 multi-place 25-25. It's a great idea.
How are we doing? Poker Brad Chef, the imposter.
The imposter, because the
Brad's
chef
sitting
Brad,
behind us.
Chef Brad's directly behind us.
Hi, Jantel. Any more info?
Well, to be fair, it's quiet. I'm not too sure if he's bust out. Well, there's been a break.
Any info on any games of Scottish side games around the GUKPT tour? I doubt it. I doubt we're going to have a Scottish side event.
Oh my! Imagine commentating on that.
I'd enjoy it.
You would.
I'd love it.
You would. You'd see some some pots, especially when you lose a hand and you have to take a shot, which is what they were doing yesterday.
So Michael going to open Queen Jack in the low jack. And Ewan King 9 suited here. Against Michael Kane, could definitely come in for a light free bet with this one tower. Can incorporate that in some of the time. And that looks like what he's doing. He's reaching. Ewan has not folded, guys. Actually just caught, which is fine as well. Got position on the open up, and Craig going to defend with his ace in the big, getting a decent price.
Flops an ace, ace 9 jack.
So everyone catches a piece. Top, middle and bottom. Top for Craig, middle for Michael, bottom for Ewan. And this is a good board for us to check here, as Michael Kane, after catching middle pair. Not really any bad turns for us other than really a king, so happy to check. Six of clubs on the turn. So Craig with the best hand, and now Michael going to come in for a bet. Ewan gets out of the way. Craig not going to be going anywhere here with his top pair. He should make the call. So he does. We will see a river, which is the 7 of clubs. He's probably going to check this one here behind, unless he thinks Craig is going to be calling with some 9x or some worse Jack X in this particular spot. And there is the check, and that is good. Hey, it's Ray.
Oi, Ray.
Renee is out.
Renee is out. Very good news for him.
No.
Okay. Yeah, she was pretty sure. Lasted till the start of level number 5, just after dinner the rake, and has literally bust out within the last 15 minutes. Rennie Share bust out. Chris Flint went out as well, and Chris is the last person out, and we're down to 67. So it must have been a decent run from Rennie. She must have got some chips early doors.
Whereas if it's PK, obviously, just chill.
Sue O'Connor. Why are you not here, Sue? Sue and Kev used to come to Blackpool with Katie and Dean all the time. I know Jack's down there as well now, and you've all got families and what have you, but now your granny and probably babysitting on a Saturday night, but you and Kev at the bar, Kev playing cash for 10 minutes, getting knocked out, sitting at the bar, you cashing. No, that was the norm at Blackpool. We miss you.
How are you doing, Sue?
We miss you, Sue. It's about time you came to see us.
I'll see one more joke about the doctors in that chat.
Yeah, more groaning.
Once again, Martin Gallagher makes a cash 1 for a 2-5 hold, and that's Martin Gallagher. Cash 1.
See, Jack, Katie's son went for a Titleist fitting the other day. That's when you know you're good. When you get Titleist saying, "You want to use our clubs?" Oh, yes, please. Is a target to get down to? Is there a target? No, we play 10 levels. We'd like to get to a final table, but it never happens.
We like to finish tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, if we go down to a final
Maybe
table.
we go Mark Kelly's if it finished tonight.
Absolutely. We go down to a final table tonight. I think
Sandra, he's going to be all in here, Tower. I think.
8s, 37.
Yeah.
What's that? 11 bigs.
Well, 12.5. Yeah, 12.5 big. So with Sanjay here against Michael Caine as well, who's definitely going to be opening a lot of hands. Nice to see this from him. But James has got the goods behind. Ace King. And if we're James here with 40 big blinds, this should be going all in. Gar was in a similar spot earlier, and if he does what Gar done earlier, I'm gonna be off again for 5. I'm gonna be off again for 5.
He's announced all it. The second triangle is on the tip.
So let's go flip him. Sanjay with the 8s, James with the Ace King. This is 50-50. Pure coin flip. So Sanjay stood up, then sat back down. To the flop. Oh, it's King high.
Good.
So it's not the Ace King that is at risk.
The 8s are all in, aren't they?
Yeah, the 8s are the player at risk.
Yeah, the Ace King is definitely not all in.
So Sanjay needs to find the Case 8 to survive. And it's the Queen of Spades, so we're going to lose him. Not much we can do in that spot. Have to rip the 8s, and as I always say, people waking up behind you with it.
Yeah.
It's just part of poker. Got close to the money, but not close enough, and that should take us down to 66. We'll get that updated in the top right as soon as possible. Bowsey's not in Aaron. So Phil with Ace Jack +1 raises to 6k. Little click for him. I'll tell you what I'll do after this hand shoe. I'll put up the chip counts from 40 minutes ago, and that so they may be a bit skewed because obviously there's been 40 minutes of play since. But what I'll do, I'll put up the chip counts for you from 40 minutes ago after this hand, which should be done now, because Phil's going to continue and Craig makes a quick fold. There we are. That was the chip counts at the break. Johnny Gray and Anthony Miles sharing the chip lead. Phil Clark on our table now, up there himself. Raggy still in. Paul Jackson, Andy Taylor, Rick Trigg, 265k. Already shipped one this year back in Manchester. Sean Donovan, Danny Petros, Josh Musin, the winner of the 30-30 earlier this week. Yeah, some notables in there for sure. Mike Allen still in as well, going well on 195. That was off 40 minutes ago, so may not be the case now, but they were the counts after the dinner break when players did return. No, Katie's still in. Katie had 100. They were just the top 20 stacks at the dinner break, but Katie was still in. She was going along okay. She was coming back with 33 big blinds, I believe, so Katie's still in the field. Katie, Trigg and Jamie Nixon all still in. Andy Hill's the only pro not still in the field from today. So ace-9-7, 2 diamond flop, 2 open cards to the pocket 8s of Craig after opening. Doesn't opt to continue, so this one goes check, check. Check once more.
Thanks very much indeed. Good luck, everyone.
And the river is an ace here, so I wouldn't mind seeing a really small bet here from Michael Caine with his 9 round third. There it is, 5k around third. And Craig calls it off with the 8s. Nice little value from Michael on the river. Just understands once that hand plays the way it does that our 9's going to be the best hand most of the time. Try and get some heroes from some king highs perhaps, some pocket pairs, maybe some 7x that Craig's opened.
Yeah, we'll get some card room pans as well. You'll see Katie on them, I'm sure. Getting closer to the money.
66, we lost one.
66 with Sanjay going out.
Please, Jonathan Lennon, Mark Paul, Martin May, and Simon Morris.
Liam Chapman was 67th. Sanjay Patel was 66.
Mark Paul, Martin May, and Simon Morris.
I see 6 and 8 brothers. They do look like each other, don't they? But no, but they could be. Separated at birth. You know Connor, don't you? Do you know Connor?
I don't know him. I played with him on day 2 of the mini. He was on my table for quite a while, so seemed to play very well. So
Yeah.
definitely one to look out for.
But they definitely could be brothers.
Where's Mikey taking that chair? Oh, we've gone 8-handed now. That's why. We're at that point of the day where we're 8-handed.
Oi, oi.
Rob Lloyd says price on over 1.5 ponytails for the final table. I'll give you 10s if you want it. Because I think they're the only 2 in with that hairstyle. Tom Ward's out, so he's gone.
Tom Hall's in.
Oh yeah, and Tom Hall's in though.
Tom Hall's still in.
Tom Ward's out and Tom Hall's in.
Yeah. Tom Hall has got about 120,000 as well. Might have a few more actually. I've wondered. So just to have a quick word.
I was walking in the halfway where the tram was, splashed out. Just to ruin your weekend. I nearly got it.
Present please, Robert Boone and Eva. Robert Boone, Eva. Alternate numbers 73, 75. Make your way to use it.
Lions 1,500, 3,000. Big blind ante in play as well. 140,000 and a little bit of change up top. Second place 100,000 and a little bit of change for the second successive event. 100k for second.
So Craig opening with the pocket kings. Craig opening off of 16 bigs here. So Craig is going to make the defend with the Queen 10.
789, check.
Yeah, I like the check a lot from Craig here, Tower. This is really, really good. Understanding that he's got 2 bets here to get his chips in, and we're against an aggressive opponent in the form of Chris Johnson that will understand that this board's just going to be so good for us. Calling out the big blind is Chris. So Chris, firing, trying to target some ace highs of Craig. I'd love to see Craig flat here, Tower. He might move all in, but I'd love to see him flat. Just keep some of Chris's bluffs in and potentially get him to barrel off against us on the river. Yeah, this is very, very good from Craig here, Tower. The way he's played it, he's checked the flop, understanding about the range of the big blind. Because he's got 2 bets as well, he can get all his chips in by the river, and the 7 of spades rolling off. So now it's down to Chris whether he is going to go for it here against Craig, and Craig will have to make the call against this particular opponent. And I wouldn't even mind Chris just setting Craig in here, trying to get him to fold to maybe ace jack, ace king, ace queen type holdings, although they might pass turn. He might be thinking that Craig's going to pass turn with his ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks, those type of holdings, so just comes in with a give up and checks it, and Craig's going to show the kings, and Craig got so.
Nice on Mr. Dawson. Up to 24 big blinds and 74,000, just shy of 25 bigs.
Mr. Dawson can mix it up, it's nice to see.
Yeah.
Not just a bad timekeeper, also a good player.
You know, if he makes day 3 tomorrow, he's definitely going home tonight, don't you? You do know that, don't you? Because Blackpool's definitely closer than
Leeds.
Definitely closer than Leeds to where he lives. No. Might not be related, you never know. There might be some kind of family tree that you don't know of. Man, can't imagine there's any other Walsall fans that are called Stuart Dawson, to be fair.
Oh, so Michael Kane, I'm going to open the Jack 9 of diamonds and the hijack, raises to 6. And we got Connor in the big, going to make the defender with ace 8. Queen 8-5 rainbow. Going to be high frequency C-bet for Michael Kane here with this particular holding on this board. We got equity to the nuts, just sitting here with Jack high, and obviously against big blind range, so can fold out a lot of holdings, especially holdings that are in front of us as well. Hands like some raggy King X and Ace X. So there is a continue. Opts for 10k into 16. So sizes up a little bit more here. Goes for 2/3. Connor not going anywhere after flopping middle pair. And Michael turning second pair here, so very good card to come in for a check after we do catch a good bit of showdown to go with our gut shot. And as well as that, Connor can still plausibly have a queen in this particular situation, but the thing is, that is a good river.
That is a very good river. Queen of diamonds.
Because now, if Connor checks, I think Michael will come in for value here. Simply because you expect Connor to lead a lot of his Queen X here on the river. So our Jack's going to be the best hand a lot of the time. Connor calling out the big blind. He's going to have some 8x and 5x in there. Okay, he is going to check it. He's not going razor thin. Maybe scared about the check raise from Connor. And the Jack 9 of Michael Kane is good.
Nice one, Michael. Any good players left?
Lots.
Absolutely, lots and lots and lots. Because if you're down to the last 65 here, 66 here in Blackpool, out of 533, you're a good player. Sanjay Patel was out in 66th. He's got on 65. There was 150 in the bounty and still 30 to get in. Just bonkers. Is Katie still in yet? 100,000, and we'll have a quick pan around the card room straight after this hand.
James Baker, Joseph Mill, George Dimitri, Richard Garner, Will Hepburn,
I'm going to say combined, Jonathan, probably somewhere near 50 million. That would probably be my guess. Online and everything. Oh, Ludo's not in still, to be fair. But he's still got like Tom Hall in the field. Stevie Warbs is still in, isn't he? Stevie Warbs still in. There's some really, really big names. There's millions,
Talking
millions
to Tom Hall.
and millions.
There he is. Sharon watching. There is Tom. Simon Zach still in. Osman Ulak as well. That's 1, 2, nearly 300k that. Osman. Simon Zach shorter stacked to his left. There's Simon. Shot the mini main. Short stacked at about 70,000. One of the chip leaders, Josh Musson, who won the 30-30. 3,500. Are you checking out the ponytail, see if there's only over 1.5? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Gary Whitehead, decent run at the minute for Gary. Lee French, one of the good players in the field. Johnny Anytoo. Don's in the building. I bet he plays golf, Don. Not sure.
Attention please, Robert Bing and keep it.
This is a final call
There we go. Quick pan of the room, and we have got Johnny Gray, Jamie Nixon, and also Katie Swift still in. We lost Andy Hills just before the dinner break.
Ewan 7-8 suited in the hijack, and Craig in a call in the big, in the small it was, sorry, flop of A7 deuce 2 diamonds, went bet call, unaware of Craig's holding here. But Ewan's going to hate this turn. We just don't beat anything now with the 7-8. We might now go in front if Craig's just got a hand like Ace Jack, Ace 10, but facing this lead here, and Craig can quite plausibly have a diamond. Ewan might let it go, but he is going to call it off for a 6k with the 2 pair.
Could be.
Yeah, it could be.
Once again, just over 1 minute remaining on the break. All bounty players, please take your seats. Thank you.
Table 7 in the card room for 1 free set of cash game. That's Ryan Mandara, Elsa Ganji, Brian Murray, Jeffrey Lynch, and Elliot Marion.
So you're raising to 6.
Queen 5. Queen 5-4.
You got a bit of interest. You've been waiting a long time.
Queen 5-4 flop. Jacks for Ewan.
Well, Ewan here with the jacks, just going to bet fold, facing the raise from Craig.
Martin Frey has been eliminated. So too has Ben Dobson. Which means we're down to 63. 9 off the money. 63, 63.
Leave the money.
63, 9 off the money.
James O'Farrell, Keith Fraser, Dominic Johnson, Keith Fraser, and James O'Farrell. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, you've heard Dina's voice in the background shouting the players nearly all day long. How busy has it been? 150 in the side event.
Ladies card, Elliot Gorrias, Leslie Watson, Ian Gascoigne make their way to table 7 in the card ring.
Yeah, Boz and Sean are still in. They've not been on the exit list all day. Tell you what, all the floor stuff, I've never stopped all week.
Raise and take there for Chris with the aces. No action for him.
The dealers have put in the shift.
Yeah, credit to the dealers. They
Absolutely.
worked very, very hard. Only get like yesterday, some of them literally got 30 minutes break throughout the whole day. That was it. And it's just like
all hands on deck.
Yeah, it's just mad. It's mad how hard they work.
Yeah, Frankie does look good. Losing the weight as well, old Frankie.
John Bluefield to make your way to the left to your seat in the tournament. That's John Bluefield and final four. James McMurray, if you run away now, please make your way to the left from the seat to Mexico.
James with ace queen. Going to open this one. Blinds have just gone up, playing 2K, 4K. So will we get to the money in the next hour? That is the question. PK slightly busy on the floor at the minute, so we will get the numbers updated left in the field, but we are on 63.
King high flop, king 4-9, better 12 from James, and takes as Michael Kane gets out of the way.
Please come the following players make their way to table 2 of the card range for a 1-2 Blackpool cross game. Richard Gardner, Phil Hepburn, Big Lee Cushby, and Nasser Ganji to table 2 of the card range, please, for a 1-2 Blackpool.
Come on the tomb.
Must be smashing Brighton, surely, with them new owners. What are they, 6-0 up, 7-0 up?
Somebody said to me before the game that Brighton have never lost to Newcastle in the Premier League and have never conceded a goal against them.
We have now, because Mick the Mob tells us it's 1-1. Daytime Twitch, give it a rest. I get all this stick about the Spurs, I'm allowed to give it back once in a while.
Didn't lose today, Spurs, did they?
No, we didn't. That's because we didn't play.
That's the only reason. Four cash tables running and a list as long as your arm to play. That is down to space with the main event going on. We've still over 8 tables on the main event. There's 15 tables in the bounty and 4 cash tables. By heck. But if you're not on the list on the bounty, you won't get in anymore. Mick the Mod says Blackpool 1, QPR 1. I know Razor Kev's gone to the match, hasn't he? Who played the main event.
So you might have shoved this at a different stage of the tournament, but approaching the bubble, just going to make the call here with the pocket 8s. Now action over to Chris here with the ace 10, and love this from Chris. Plays very well, old Chris Johnson. Well, I see him on stream. What he does with particular hands. And gets both to fold. Comes in for the squeeze with the ace 10. Gets the job done.
20 big shorts like you, and I'd like to know how the point systems work to where he finishes. Do you get extra points to where Ben finishes to not in the money? You obviously get more points if you get in the money.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. So if that's the case, Ewan at the moment has locked the same amount of points as Ben, and if he busts before that, before the money, then if he gets the right side of the money, he's going to get more points than Ben, which can be massive for him. So that's probably why we just saw him flat the 8s there, because he's on a 20k bubble for himself. Well, not 20k, 10k.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's either a 10k package or a 20k package. So Ewan getting in the money is actually bigger to him than anyone else in this field, so it's massive for Ewan to cash this one, and that's why we just probably saw the flat there with the 8s. In a different scenario, he might have soon shoved, but very good point from Tower there regarding the National League. Like I said, just getting the right side of the bubble for Ewan's going to be massive in terms of the National League.
Yeah. There's 4 more events next week after all the events in Blackpool have finished.
Yeah, but when you're in...
That's why I paid 5.
Yeah, but there's 10.5 I call our position up to like... 10.5.
Queen Ace 8 is the flop.
The situation, first bet's going to take it a lot of the time, and that's exactly what happens. Chris with the lead, unaware of what he had, but gets the job done.
Personally, I think I made the right decision. To be fair, I never used it bet.
And Martin Gallagher makes a too much yard. That's Martin Gallagher. Cash 1. The final call, Bill Tate. Which way? Make the way to the desk now, or I will move past you. That final call, Bill Tate.
Craig raises to 9k, King Queen suited. No, the National League was online points as well. Obviously, there were more online events when we weren't playing poker live, and the concentration went to most of the live stuff. But the closer on Monday has MPL points. The £110 game, 25,000 guarantee. That has MPL points.
Once again, final call, Ian Cowan, Brian Murray, and Cameron, Brian Murray, Ian Cowan. Quick, 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 1, 2,
Put too much in. I think if you bet it.
Chelsea White, with Pete Becky, that's alternate number 294, Chelsea Warning, great condition.
Eddie Burns is eliminated. In 64th, which leaves 63. 9 off the money.
It's a bit calmer now, isn't it? Yeah, you get it that time. And I'll tell you what, I'd have been in a world of trouble there.
But Eddie was 63rd, so we're down to 62. Even closer. 8 off the money. Later on Twitch, we played 10 levels of poker. The live stream finishes at 12:30. Hey Simon Mormon. Trick's still in, isn't he?
Yes.
We've not read the name. We'll get another card room pan of the rest of the tables that we didn't do on the first pan very soon. But Trigg's still in, Jamie Nixon's still in, and Katie Swift.
You're going to see a lot of this from Chris Johnson now, Tower. Lots of light opens. We're approaching the bubble. He's got lots of chips, so expect to see this a lot from Chris. 10-6 hit. But Connor, unaware of what Connor's got, but Connor comes in with a free bet to 22.5. And back over to Chris here. He's not insta-folding. Is he really thinking about it with this particular holding? We are near the bubble. He is. He is. Don't free bet me like. Connor could have it. 10-6 4 bet from Chris Johnson. Really applying pressure on the bubble. And the problem is we got here is Chris, if Connor moves all in, we could be getting 4-1 in a call. On the bubble as well, getting really close to the money. This graphic says 66 left, but we're actually down to 62, sorry, 62, so we're 9 off the money. So Chris just attacking these stack sizes. What a play. Cut off versus button. Brilliant. Thinks Connor's free betting him light and goes, you know what, we're on the bubble, I've got all the chips. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Third in the National League. Chris, if he gets a massive result in this one, he will definitely close.
He's well on his way to Tower.
Ben and Ewan in the top 3.
4 bet with a 10-6.
Yep. That's how the MPL looks. Anybody watching, Chris Johnson in third, 40 points behind. I don't know how many points he was worth. There is a calculator, you can work it out regarding how many runners at the bank.
He gets 52.47 if he wins, I think it is, Chris Johnson.
Wow. Well, if Ewan doesn't get 10 points and Chris wins it, Chris would be top.
Yeah.
He'll definitely be playing the 30-30s next week.
Could be. I'd love to see. Imagine if Chris wins it and all 3 of them are like.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one package and then 6 extra diamond packages for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Bousey got a few more points today for getting to day 2, but he's out now. Chris Maguire made day 2, he's out. Will McMurray made day 2, he's now out. Gary Whitehead's still in. Craig Dawson, he's still in, and he's too far behind by the looks of that. Craig can't make it into 7th or 8th.
Dan Stacey, was he still in?
Dan Stacey, he might be out. I think Dan Stacey
he
made
busted
day
on our
2,
featured,
that's
didn't
right,
he?
yeah.
Yeah, he busted on our featured.
So it's literally 10 and above.
Yeah. You and Chris and
Gary's
Gary
still in.
Whitehead.
Yeah, Gary's still in as well.
They are the 3 still left in. The thing is, if Gary wins it, Bousey's in could be the bubble boy.
Yeah.
I know spades, nothing on the board, and nothing on the board.
So you and opening the King Queen, incorporating a check in here. Checks over to Chris Johnson in the hijack, who is going to come in for a bet. It's 10k worth of your tournament buy-ins for the GUKPT next year. Platinum package 5, and then the sponsorship is the top prize, which is worth 20,000.
Which will be expenses, hotels, and all your buy-ins for next year. What they're fighting off for. The 72nd alternate has just been shouted by Dina.
Lovely turn here for you, and turns 2 pair. And Chris, his timing's been perfect. All featured table. Once again, he doesn't barrel off. He checks it behind, and now over to Ewan with top 2, 53k. Back 67 in the pot. So we have less than the pot size bet here as Ewan. And comes in for a check once more. Maybe try and induce something from Chris. Maybe try and rep a hand like pocket jacks, pocket 9s. Looks like he's got one of those holdings. Try and get Chris to go for it. So 15k, and have to call here because of what we just spoke about. We can't. I'm not sure if he's going to raise because of the package. If Chris just has it, like if Chris has just randomly ace jack or jack 9 suited here, it is a disaster for us because of the package, and we can get in the money and obviously get them extra points, which is very big for us. Double check of his whole cards, but it creates such a dynamic as well, because the problem is as well, viewing if we bubble this and Chris goes on to win it, he'd take the top spot. Like in any other scenario, I'd probably just shove tower. Okay, he is going to shove anyway. He's not too phased. I was going to say in any other scenario, it's a pretty easy shove for us as Ewan, but Chris has probably got King Jack here, tower. And Ewan just can't bluff this spot, and Chris will know that because of the National League dynamic. Chris should be aware of that, so knows Ewan can never have a bluff here, and I'm guessing he went thin with King Jack on the end. I think King Jack would have folded quicker, so he might even have King 10 here, tower. He's probably actually got King 10 now I think about it, because King Jack's going to be an even quicker fold for that reason that we just spoke about. So he might just be sitting here with King 10. King 10 of hearts or King 10 of diamonds. Must. Just has to have King 10 suited here, tower. I can't see what else he's got.
Yeah, we don't know why Chris's cards are not showing. They are in the box, so we apologise about that, but it's good for Jay. Doesn't get many wrong.
I think it has to be King 10 suited. I can't see what else he can tank for this long. can just only be King 10 suited here for Chris. It's King 10 of hearts or King 10 of diamonds. If it's not, I'll be pretty shocked. If he's in the tank with anything else, I'll be pretty mad to be. Like queens make sense, especially from if we are sat there with King 10. Queens make sense for Ewan. Queens would probably take this line. Other than that, what else is he supposed to have? Top set of kings, but if we have got King 10 from Chris's perspective, obviously only one combo left of that. 8s and 4s, you probably expect to just bet flop 4-way. So what has he got? Other than a slow played King Queen that opted to check flop 4-way, or it makes the fold. I'd love to know what Chris had in that spot, but it has to be King 10 suited, right? Right. Well, I'm saying right tower.
Well, if it was, it would have been ace. So I think he's just shown him the King Queen.
Did he say what he had?
No.
Listening?
No. And if he has, we can't hear him.
I'm dying to know. I'm actually dying to know what he had. No, that bet's turn. That bet's turn, Chelsea fan. 8s and 4s bet turn. So it can only be King 10. I'm going to find out. It's bugging me.
He reckons bottom set. He reckons bottom set. Bets the turn. The brain and the thinking behind J. Harwood is second to none. So 60th was Kevin Stewart, 61st was Keith Wank, 62nd was Wayne Whitby. We're on 59. We are 5 off the money. 5 and 9. The Brighton line.
Apparently,
Yeah.
it was ace queen, which was a pair of queens.
One pair.
One pair.
Okay.
He's got no reason to lie. So he's obviously thought Ewan was at it. He obviously thought Ewan had a bluff. But that's the only reason we
queen.
can ever call there. But like I said, the National League dynamic, Ewan just can't ever bluff there. Simply because the points he gets extra for getting in the money and how close it is between him and Ben's already busted. So it would be absolute disastrous for Ewan to bluff raise there.
Yeah. Is Vinny still in? Yes, he is. And young lad, whippersnapper Josh. Vinny Musson and Josh Musson are both still in. Josh, one of the chip leaders. Paul Archie, Phil Archie leader's not done too much this session. Gone from 340 to 299. Not really played hand, has he? Not got involved. No need to get involved, he says.
Free seat, table 16.
So we're on 59. So now you're shaking your head. Is that the ace queen?
I'm not sure. It's a weird one. Maybe Chris was just playing the hand from a perspective without the National League. Maybe he didn't take that into account. That's always a factor. But like, Ewan just cannot bluff there ever. He just can never have a bluff for that reason that I just mentioned regarding the league. It's massive for Ewan to get on the right side of the money in this tournament. So yeah,
Ace queen. He had ace queen. Another cash table just opening. Oh, this is a big cave table. Alan Fletcher plays 5, 5, 10, 10, 10, 25 in Vegas. Big cash player. Is Aaron?
This is the final call for James Baker, Joseph Field, George Demetrio, Richard Garner. We currently have 6-4.
You going Vegas next year, Tao? You think?
Maybe. I'm hoping the World Series is going to be back to summertime. That would be nice. I really hope that they announce the schedule to be fair, or they announce the dates at the end of this World Series. Obviously, the late one. So yeah, we've got a couple of spaces in the calendar which will show you the dates of next year if you want to start planning for next year. After this hand, we'll show you the schedule for the dates that are set for next year. If you want to plan Vegas for 2022. I'm hoping one day Jay's going to say, Tower, you're going to need a co-commentator because I'm going to play at main event. And then he's going to ring up and he says, Tower, book the next flight, I'm on the final.
Imagine. To be honest, I've run pretty well so far. Everyone I've got out there, all my horses have made day 2 so far. Yeah, I've not had a single bust out. So very nice.
And how many horses do we have?
Just 4. Just 4 at the moment. At the moment that have played. So
nice.
We're 4 and 4 at the moment. Still a few more to play, but good luck to them. I did say I might have to fly out if one of them does make the final. I think I'll be out before the grand final. Come straight back.
Sounds good to me, pal. If one of them makes the final, guaranteed a mill ball.
Imagine that. Imagine.
So the grand final dates are there. The schedule for 2022 is there. Obviously, there's a gap from the 5th of June till the 23rd of June. We would be in the Vic for the latter stages, so like the 30th of June till the 3rd of July. Then obviously the date underneath is for Goliath, so that wouldn't be spare. So there is a little bit of a gap. If anybody wants to start thinking about 2022 and travelling about to Vegas, if it's easier to do, and that's what they are the dates. But that's a fantastic schedule for 2022. Plenty for everybody. Coventry and Reading are added, and also in between leg 7 and leg 8, it's Goliath.
What's my luck today? I told you, it's my luck today. That's how bad I'm running
Please come the following player to win away to the dealer quiz campaign. Guy Hutchinson, Ben Dobson. To the coloring table, green coloring for 250 in the pocket. Get in the money. Paul for Ryan Mandara, Nasser Genji, Brian Murray, Jeffrey Lynch. Elliot Marias to table 7 in the card room for a 1 free text home cash game. That's Ryan Mandara, Nasser Ganji, Brian Murray, Jeffrey Lynch, and Elliot Marias.
We've got a rowdy bounty table behind us. So
Chef Brad's on it.
There's a bit of background noise coming through, guys.
Chef Brad's on it, that's why.
Sorry about that if it's a bit loud.
I had to warn him earlier. Using the F-bomb every other sentence. Yeah, 2 ladies on the table. F-bomb. Had to tell him. He went, it's like lads do, don't they? Well, maybe they do, but not when there's 2 ladies at the table. Can't have words.
So we've got 5s for Craig and Ewan with the ace queen. A few more chips to play with now for you. That's Mr. Chef Brad that you can hear, Sabri.
Open 16.5.
That sounds like Chef Brad's running the table as well.
Yeah. He just shouts seat open, 16.5.
Oh, we've got a hand going as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's great. Didn't Dundee have a massive event last month? You have to let me know how Dundee went on with the big game at the end of the month.
So Ewan here, going back to the action, he just flattered the ace queen on the button. And Chris already squeezed like once with the ace 10. This time he's got a legitimate holding, and Ewan in a bit of a spot here because Ewan's massively under-repped after just flattening the ace queen in the button. But same scenario as before, as I say, Ewan does not want to bust the wrong side of the money. It's just massive for him to lock up that min cash in terms of the National League.
Yeah.
And he definitely don't want to bust a Chris Johnson and give him $500,000 and give him a chance to run at it and potentially take it down. You've got all these little dynamics at the table. It's quite interesting to watch.
You can't do anything these days, Kev. You can't do anything without somebody telling somebody else. Saw Michelle and Maxine in the bar area, and that was it. The hands were everywhere.
Strand, no, Chef Brad isn't in. He busted the main earlier today. He's playing the side event.
Playing the side event and running it by the sounds of it.
So Chris just going to be applying max pressure now. We are 5 off the money. He's got all the chips. It's what I like to see on the bubble from players when they are chipped up. Just opening lots of different hands, from lots of different positions, applying lots of pressure. Because those players are going to want to lock up that 2.5k. This is what we're playing for. Quickly chuck it on.
Amazing.
There we are.
Fantastic.
Oh, wrong one.
What's that, chip counts?
There we are.
Yeah, I might have taken it out the price pool on the left-hand side to put the chip counts in from the last break.
Min cash at 2,560, so double your money and a little bit more.
Positive thinking now.
It's got King 9 of clubs for Craig. Under the gun raises to 9.
Please can Andrew Hume and Ryan Mandara make way to the card room for a 2-5-10 check to hold him.
2-5-10.
Andrew Hume and
2-5-10. 3 blinds.
2-5-10 check to hold him. Thank you.
2-5-10. How's that work?
It's 2 small, 5 big, third blind 10. Optional 20 straddle.
You don't have 3 blinds in a game of
Yeah,
cards?
you can in cash. Yes, you can.
Can you?
Yeah.
We currently have seats for...
That's advertised.
In the DC games, some of the DC games I played, it's 2-2-5-10. 2 on the button, 2 in the small, 5 in the big, third blind 10.
Wow.
You have as many blinds as you like. Some cash games are auto ante as well. Everyone's got to put in 10 quid before they get dealt any cards.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yep. All different variations. So we have got about half hour left of this session, guys, and we will head out on a 15-minute break. New feature table when we return. We are got 59 left, so we're 5 off the money. Players looking to lock up £2,560. Lee French is out. Ball bag. Lee French busted about 45 minutes, an hour ago, so Lee French is out the door.
And Nigel Jones is out in 59th.
59th. So we're down to 58.
Can you tell me when you saw Lee French?
Yeah, I saw him. I didn't actually see him.
Any players on the list for a 2-5 yellow card?
I didn't see him bust, but I know he's out. Gary White had busted him.
Right.
He opens pocket nines. Gary defends the big blind. Flop Queen 9-3.
Oh man.
He's flopped the set. Lee bets. Gary rips. Gary's got Jack 10, King on the river. That is how Lee exited.
Unlucky. Unlucky. Well, we're on 58. That's Nigel Jones finishing 59th.
Yeah, like it's a great dynamic on the bubble here, just because of the points, the extra points you gets for making the money, and Ben Teague's already bust, and then you got Chris Johnson there who wins the tournaments, can go top of the league himself. So it is a great dynamic. It's good to watch. I want to actually chat to Ewan later about the King Queen raise on the river. I'm going to ask him if he thinking about that hand a lot, because it could be worth 10k to him if Chris is just like bet ace jack randomly, which he probably would do if he's got ace queen in that spot and he ran the river and he's backdoored into Broadway. It's just like really bad for us. But if we just call the 15 and we're wrong, we still got like 12, 13 bigs and can grind our way to the right side of the money for the points. It's an extra 10k for us for finishing top rather than finishing second. But Ewan, I know, is very studious in his game, very theoretical. I'm sure he would have ran everything through his head, and I'm guessing it was perfectly fine.
You said 100. The line is 100.
Ah, did he not, Emily?
There you go. Thanks, Emily. Lee French still in. Thanks, Emily. We're sat half an hour behind the world. So we are on 58. 54, get the money.
After though, Emily, right? I hope he did, because he told me he did.
Ian Cohen, Steve Helen, and Brian Murray make your way to table 2 with the 1-2 hold. That's 1-2 hold for Brian Murray, Steve Helen,
No, I never bluff. Go play religion.
Chris 321, Phil 291, Craig 199. We are we have 58 players left. Nigel Jones, last one out. We have 57 left. Rob Buller's been eliminated. Oh my days. 57 and 54 get the money. Wow. $57 and $54 get the money.
Phil, did you see that fogging yesterday, that deal?
So we are on 57. 57, 56 and 55 unfortunately don't get any money.
Aria to the card room for a 2-5 kilo cash game. That's Aria to the card room, table 8 for a kilo cash game. Thank you. Please count James in. Keanu, Martin Gallagher, Timothy Chung, and Aria make way to table 8 in the card room for a 2-5 PLO.
Ian Dowie? Ian Dowie? Never a footballer, surely. Make the mod says both games ended up 1-1. That'd have been a good, what, 40-1 double. We're on 57. 54 get the money, we're on 57.
He just doubled Gary Whitehead up and that left him short. I thought he was out when I was talking to him. I just assumed he was out the way we were talking about the hand.
I see. I see. You fixed your own lemonade, have you?
Sorry. Is that lemonade?
Well, it's got bubbles in it. Be alright, we had a bit of vodka in it, but don't worry, lemonade it is.
I'm useless, Tal, I'm useless.
Sparkling water.
So, yeah, French is still in.
Right, French is still in and we're on 57.
Please can anybody with their name on the list for a 2-5 sexual cash game make way to card room then. Hang Slade, look at the name on the list for a 2-5 sexual cash game make way to the card room, please.
James with aces.
Just watched a bit of the World Series main, so a guy defended his big blind of 16 bigs with sevens. Flop comes ace, 3-3. Sevens don't leave for small blind. Stop watching at that point and come to watch the real point.
That's it, that is it. This is where it's at. To be honest, the WSOP 10K is probably a softer field than this. I'm going to say that. It's probably a softer field tower. The runners that gets, people from all walks of life come into play that event. So I'll actually even go out on a limb and say that 10K is probably softer than this 1K. The WSOP main event is a great comp to play because it's an unbelievable structure and you get obviously a lot of fun players in the field. Yeah, Lee is in. Sorry about that ball bag. Well, to be honest, I'm sure when I was speaking to him earlier, he told me that he went out on that hand. And I was like, what are you doing now? I was like, you going home, you're playing the bounty? He was like, I don't really like playing the bounty after. I was so weird. It was so weird. It's too late for me to go poker bread chef. I was playing.
Jay was the reason the world stopped last year.
Yeah.
He announced live on stream that he was going to play the main event. We'd already got cover for him. We were getting Phil Elmeth was coming over for the week, and then for the second week we got Patrick Antonius coming in. We'd all okayed it all. Next minute, world shuts down, can't play.
Yeah, my fault. Sorry about that. Everyone about Corona. Apparently, it's all my fault according to Tower.
But yeah, I'm sure there's plans for Jay next year to be looking at what's going on with the World Series.
I've already got the go-ahead from Boovy next year as well. He did say if I do want to go out there, I'm sure we can get one leg off.
So we're getting close to the money, and Chris Johnson in another hand. I'm not too sure whether it's Chris because he keeps putting the cards on the right-hand side of the box. I think we need to check the box with the cards. If they went on the left-hand side of the box, would they show? But every time Chris puts them on the left-hand side of the box, the cards do not show.
Yeah, Paul Fisher and Swifty are still in Super King, but no Rene.
No
Rene.
Rene is gone. Paul Fisher. We are on 56. Tom, 22nd Tom.
22nd Tom.
Gone.
22nd
Tom has gone. Tom lags out.
How does that leave us with?
Out on 50, the 56.
56.
Sorry, 57. Yeah, 56.
56.
Because 56 and 55 don't get anything, and then 54 get the money. We're on 56. Getting close. Getting close.
Well, we're meant to be on break in 15 minutes time,
Oh,
but
right, okay.
if we do lose one before that, we won't be going on break, guys, just to make you aware, because there's no breaks on the bubble, so we will play through until we lose one. So if we lose one between now and 5 to 8, there will be no break.
That's the only thing I'm wearing about. It's when you get to Sunday night and you go home, that's when I want to be free. We're in this tournament. Oh yeah, we're in limbo. We're always in limbo, but it's till the next. Not one more out than 3 months.
Buying for this was $12.50.
8-9 loose on the flop. We're on 56. 54 get the money.
Please, Martin Gallagher, Ariane George Dimitru, Ryan Mandara, and Richard Kelly make the way to table 8 in the card room for a 2-5 below cash game. Thank you.
These cash games are going to get juicy tonight with all the big players getting knocked out tonight in the main event. There's going to be, if you want to play cash and you want to be one of the 10 tables that's playing cash, there's some big players from the United Kingdom playing here in Blackpool. Are we going to get rid of that bad big jackpot of £290,000? Are we?
It's going to be 300k next week.
290,000 from 6 till 6 every day in every club, playing a no limit game. Quad 2's beaten. We've been a share of £290,000. Is it 30% for the bad beat?
Yeah, I believe it's 30, 15 and 55.
And then everybody gets a share. If you're sat in Edinburgh and it goes in Walsall, then you'll get a share. What's happening here? We are hand for hand. That's why we've stopped. The last man out was
break. Great.
the last
Playing through to the break.
The last man out was Alan Carr.
Alan Carr.
Chatty man's gone.
So here we are, bubble time.
Bubble time, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers. We are very close to getting in the money. The next person out will get as much as me. Nothing. Very unfortunate for the next person out. It's the worst place. It's a big chunk as well. 25. Is it 25.50? I think
25.60.
25.60.
No, Dan was out really early. Dan was out really early. We're now on the bubble. No, the clock does not get paused. It does not get paused. It's there are different variations of what happens on the bubble in different tournaments. We were over in Ireland last week for the IPO. They paused the clock on the bubble and knocked 2 minutes off for every hand that was played. So they knocked 2 minutes off for every hand that they played. Some events, that's how they pause the clock. Some events pause the clock and knock 2 minutes off per hand. Others keep the clocks rolling and just play it out as normal. But not in this one. There's UKPT, the clock carries on going. If we get to the break and we get to the situation where the break would have been, we'll just carry on, and when we get into the money, the clock will pause then for the 20-minute break. So whenever the break is, it's going to be a 20-minute. Yeah, the Goliath does that as well, pauses the clock and then takes off 2 minutes. I think the World Series take off 3 minutes per hand. They've got like 80 tables, haven't they, for their bubble's like 80 tables. It's enormous. So I think the World Series take off 3 minutes per hand and pause the clock. But we don't pause the clock. The clock will carry on, and we will start.
Dan Charlton busted early today. I think he busted first session of the day.
Yeah.
He is out. We will get a list of all the players and chip counts probably once the bubble goes. Unless it goes in the next 10 minutes, we will be straight back on. Straight to the break when it does burst.
Yeah, a lot of the comps now do pause the clock and take off 2 minutes. What you can't do is pause the clock and take nothing off, because then that would just elongate the comp for hours and hours and hours. They've done that before. I've been into comp where they've done it before, and it's painful. So there are different ways of doing it, but this is what we do. Is there anybody still in the boat into day 2? That's what we don't get. We don't get the list of the players that buy into day 2. We'll try and find out.
Katie bought into day 2.
Katie, she did. She came to the feature table. Katie Swift bought into day 2. She came to table seat 6 on our feature table as a buy-in for day 2. So Katie's still in. There might be. We will try and get the list of the 11 or 12 that did it.
That's nice, that PK.
First time I've had it.
And then when we do go to the break, when the bubble bursts, whenever that may be, we will then go. We might as well have a chat.
Yeah.
Right, go on, throw us a question. Come on, throw us a question.
Any question.
Any question. Any question. First question in that chat box, we're going to answer it. Go! Come on! No questions. They're all watching us Strictly Come Dancing. What age is Tower?
51.
Oh, yeah.
See, I know this stuff. I know.
He's wrong, but it's a decent guess.
52.
It's still wrong, but it's still
53.
you can't just carry on going up in ones.
I remember when I remember the first year I was doing it. You couldn't play the seniors, and you was like, "I'm going to Vegas. I can play the seniors now."
Yeah. And what did you do last year?
No,
Nobody did anything.
Yeah, we were off, and the year before, mate.
And
50,
year before.
53. Has to be, yeah.
53.
Yeah, it started in 2018. That makes sense.
How many pints have you had at Mark Kelly's?
Can you lend us a tenner?
When did Tower Treble last come in? That's a question.
That is a question.
I tell you what, the history books don't go back far enough. Week 1. Week 1 of the 2020. In fact, it actually came in, and I sent it Jay.
Yeah,
the
don't.
week after the. When was it?
Like, I don't need to see that when I'm not on it. Why would you send me it when I'm not on it? Like, come on.
Oh dear. And that's it. Not today, thanks. He says, what wins the Breeders' Cup later? We got a tip for the Breeders' Cup yesterday. We did. We actually did. We got a tip for the Breeders' Cup, and I'll try and get it to you. We'll come back to the game, come back to the questions, because we are hand for hand.
Yeah, when we're waiting for the next hand to be dealt, we'll chuck the camera on, answer some questions. We got flush draw here for the Jack 9 suited after opening, and James going to have a hard time continuing here. Just going to have to fold a lot of the time, but he's going to make the call here with 6s. So 9 on the turn, so Phil does make the best hand now. Good card to potentially check this one. Although we are on the bubble, if he wants to start applying pressure to some 10x, could potentially fire here. And that's exactly what he's going to do. And now James just cannot call with the 6s. So we'll chuck that back on, because he will fold here.
He will.
Promise you he's going to fold, guys. He's not calling with the 6s here, but that's that. Hand for hand is what we're on.
We are hand for hand, ladies and gentle people.
Yeah, going back to Towers Treble, what he actually does, he's got a random number generator of all 72 teams in the Football League, and he clicks it, and then whatever number comes up, that's the team he picks for the treble. That's how he does it. I've seen him.
Study all night, me. Look, I picked Hull City today to lose because Barnsley are not very good, but they won the last game, and Hull City have lost, have not scored away from home in the last 7 league games. That's 630 minutes. They've not scored a goal, and 20 minutes for the previous game, and they should have lost today, but they didn't.
They should have lost today, but they didn't.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
I'd rather them going up. Fingers crossed.
To be fair, at least the other 2 come in today.
Well, there you go. Or maybe not. Millwall drew against 10-man Derby.
And Birmingham went 1-0 up and lost.
They were winning. Birmingham were winning until all day. Oh man. Anyway, so we're hand for hand. Any news on the outer tables, we will ship it across.
We'll shoot straight.
So we'll ship it across whenever we get there. If the break, when should the break be?
Breaks in 3 minutes time.
3 minutes time. So it'll be 3 minutes, and then if we just carry on straight through, we carry on straight through until the bubble bursts, and then we go on a 20-minute break. Will there be a Towers treble tomorrow? No, I don't. There might be. There might be. Yeah, Barnsley let everybody down. We're in the money. We're in the money. We're on the bubble. It's that time where everybody's sat waiting for all tables to finish at the time, and then we get to the action. If it happens on an hour table, we'll let you know. If it happens on our table, you'll just see it as normal.
Yep.
It could be 5 minutes, it could be 10 minutes, it could be an hour. In Brighton in 2009, it was 3 hours 10 minutes.
And in Walsall in
And we
2016.
paused the clock in Brighton. We never ever did anything else like that ever again. But we've just had some news. We've just had some news because Katie Swift's all in. Oh, that's all right. We've got Kings. Oh no! He's up against the boots.
King ball, corner pocket.
Oh, Katie's all in.
No runners. Needs a king, does Katie. Otherwise, that is it.
Oh no! She's taking pictures. Oh my days.
Out. Katie
Looks
King.
like, have we got some more action? We have.
That was Katie Swift and David Grinnell. Katie is out, but she can
Oi,
still
oi.
cash for half of the min.
We can half cash.
We can half. Ace King
For Johnny Gray.
and Bixie with Kings. Bixie is the player at risk. So
the Kings have just bust.
yep. So if Bixie can fade an ace, she'll still be in. That's a great flop for the
Yeah,
Kings
we've
of
got the King of
Bixie.
Spades as
Red
well.
ace to fade. Just fading red aces. And River is
No,
the
the
10
flush.
of spades. So Katie Swift is our bubble girl.
Oh no way!
Katie bubbling.
Oh my days! Kings win on one table, Kings lose on the other table. And Kate Swift is absolutely devilled. She is out of the door, which means everybody is in the money. We're on 54 places and 25.90 is locked up. That is grim.
Yeah, it's a pretty sick one, Tower. You get Kings on the bubble, it goes in, and you run into aces. Like, what is that about? It's just cold deck.
Wow.
And Ewan's now on his phone texting Ben.
Hey dear. Wow. Norwich City won today.
And the manager got sacked.
Sacked the manager.
Yep. there was obviously, it had to be in place before that. There's no way that they must have had something lined up before. But
unbelievable. And Neil Warnock's left Middlesbrough apparently.
Has he?
Yeah, apparently so. How long we got left then?
We've got 2 minutes. So just under two.
So we need a break clip.
I think we started about a minute late after the dinner. So
main event on a break.
Oh,
after this
hand. Perfect.
So that means we'll be back at 8:15. Oh. We do know exactly what stops it will be. Their post, the Scottish might be introduced into next year's side events. Do you know what stops it will be? The cash games will be carrying on all day long. The Scottish, it can be played absolutely anywhere, but the schedule will be shown very shortly. So they've all got a 6. They're all going to 6-4 sixes, and that's it. We will see you in 20 minutes. 8:15. We'll be back. Unfortunately, Katie Swift has just bust out. I'm off to give her a great big cuddle. Gone. See you later.
I knew my parents wouldn't, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded. Stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which. But I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible, so they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything, and he gave me 6 months to see how much essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time I guess I was 20, 21 years old, and I was just all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just I've got to stay in and play poker. I have to play every day to just make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point. Got smoked there, so that was a bad start because obviously Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And those 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did, how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I'd played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I tried to, I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-bet. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop, so I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, not 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm looking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because you became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, oh, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. You know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making #1, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of, even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. But I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well, because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where I'm dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And So I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys, and on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever, and he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Just play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks, and yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates, kind of thing, trying to. Adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two, and then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmuth style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, "Oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes." And then Surinder's in the tank because you know he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. He was like, "Yeah, I told you, I knew." He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM. And my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of the Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender mob. Like that's the only 2 cash he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker, like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like 1 World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won 1. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like the tournament was like 100 times the buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant. It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times whenever you do pop up and we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
So our next table is upon us. How are we doing? T-Boy better come back with some tea is all I can say. That's all I can say. Oh, that was unfortunate, wasn't it, for Katie? Very, very unfortunate. Paul Fisher in seat number 1. Seat number 2 is Tom Baker, not Doctor Who. In seat 3, Johnny Gray. In 4, Rick Trigg. Tom Treacy, Tango Tom. In seat number 6, John Mann in 7, Big Yao, who doubled up on the bubble, in 8, and in 9 is Stu McNally. We are just about to start our next session. We have 54 players left because we're in the money. Katie Swift bubbled purely. How unlucky was Katie? She was so unlucky. Kings, good chance, getting it through. Aces, very, very unlucky. So we are just about set. Let's do some more. We're in the money. Everybody's in the money. So 54 players is. Here he is, look at that. Yeah. Empty-handed. Empty-handed. Teas, coffees, waters, pops, shandies, champagne, nothing.
There's the chip counts.
And there is a full, is that everybody?
Yeah.
That's 54 chip counts right there. Anthony Miles.
Miles ahead at the top.
Oi, Miles ahead of the top. Boom, baby. Give me one of them. Don't leave me hanging. Yes, go on, son. Miles ahead of the top. Willie Henderson in second. Mark Elliott. James Clark O'Raggy. Johnny Gray, who's on our feature. Johnny Gray comes to our table. Vinny Musson's in. There's Ronald. Oh, Vinny. Vinny Musson has overtaken Josh for chips. How would that be as a final table? Oh, Boz, Jamie Nixon, Wadey, Stu McNally, who's on our table, Sean Donovan, oh, the look-alike. He's not looking like today because he ain't got a yellow one. Rob, it's still in. And right down at the bottom, as you can see, Richard Horton on 20, Dave Doherty on 40, Chun Man on 42, Richie P is in the money on 44, Don Jones on 50, and Tom, who's on our table in seat number 6, Tango Tom, on 55. They are the chip counts of the entire field here in Blackpool remaining. Who is going to take it down? Who's going to make it through to the end of the day? Everybody's in the money. Ewan McNicholas has got points. We don't know how many. I don't know how to work it out. But it's brilliant. Well done, one and all. Back to the table because we have just started this session.
I just got thrown under the bus on the break. I was standing at the table watching it with Jamie Nixon and all that on a guy that followed the Ace King earlier. Was sitting there and someone goes, "That's the guy that slated your Ace King from."
Straight underneath that bus. It's on its way. The number 83 is on its way. Oh dear.
So Johnny opening button, Trig just going to flat the Ace-5 of hearts in the small, not opt into freeway. It can incorporate one in some of the time, but just choosing to flat with the Ace-5. And action on Tom in the big blind. Going to make a call, see if he can catch a good enough piece to go with here.
Right with you. I had to refresh my laptop. My laptop did the same thing. He just decided I'm having 20.
So King 7 deuce 2 spade flop. Johnny flopping top pair. He's going to continue, and that should be job done. Nor Trig or Tom should be continuing. So there's the foul from Trig, and Tom's going to do the same behind. Did you run through? We've got to take it when I weren't here, Tower.
Yeah, we're done.
Table.
Yeah,
All done.
we have. Trig's got chunks.
Yep. Chum Man's got chunks as well, over 400k. Chum was he had 2k, which I think was a third of a big blind on the bubble in the mini for about 20 minutes, and he managed to make the money.
Wow.
Managed to make the money. Little fact about that one in seat 6.
So we're in the money. We're on 54. Anybody eliminated, we will let you know.
So Johnny opened Jack 10 in the calf, perfectly fine once folded to us. And Shum. Oh, sorry, 42.5k you come to the table with. I thought that was 425k. 42.5. My mistake. Very short. 6 big blinds. Tom also very short, 7 big. Rest of the table nice and comfortable.
Yep.
As Tara said, in the money now. I'm sure we're going to get an influx of bust outs over the next half hour or so. Shorties finding a spot to get their chips in.
Plenty going on regarding poker left this season. We'll give you an update of what is going on. We've got plenty going on online as well, including the closer on the Monday. Plenty of news tomorrow. Don't forget, tomorrow morning the live stream will have a sports book, GUKPT Day 3 book from 9 AM in the morning. The prices will be there of the remaining players for Day 3. If you want to check it out, Grosvenor Sports, open it up. It says GUKPT. It's the only book. You click on it and every player who makes Day 3 will be priced up.
It's blind on blind between Chun and Pixie. Pixie's got kings.
Again.
Chun gonna need help. Four, 3 off, and that is dead to running 5-6 or running diamonds, and that is dead on the turn. So the kings of Big C going to bust. Chun did actually lose one just before the break as well.
Did we?
Zongming Lao was 54th, just got in the money, and Chun Man cashes for £2,590. He's 53rd. That leaves us with 52 players remaining.
Seat open. 19-6.
Yes, daytime Twitch. Prize pool bigger than Luton.
Yep. At the end of the battle, you will be on a break, and we will be doing a chip race for the 100 items. That's chip race for 100 items, the end of the level. If one player at each table, so please start buying those.
Shane Wilkins to the podium, please. Stay on one drill. Shane Wilkins, thank you.
That's not off the table. Stick your fingers there and feel one each back with the front of the heart. Bottom clubs exposed.
So Tom is now all in. Tom Treacy, Tango Tom from the Midlands area.
And Pixie's all in.
We're going to have action straight away. We've already lost one.
And there's a 5, so Pixie gets out flop but can find a jack or a 10. Story remaining the same for the river. And it's the 8 of spades, so Tom, we're going to double up through Pixie. $2.5K, 5K, 4 more levels remaining today, guys. Finishing up probably around near 1:45, 1 again, same as yesterday. There's been a few extended breaks again.
Yeah. So we're in the money, Katie Swift, the very unfortunate bubble, kings into aces. We will see an influx of players getting eliminated as the short stacks try to double. 54 was the money, all locked up 25.90, as you can see across the bottom of the screen how much money is running across. 47 is the last payout at 25.90, so 46 is the first pay jump. Lines are 2.5, 5.
Trig raising it up with a 10-9. Again, the hijack. Tom not going to be continuing. Gets out of the way.
Yeah, Trig's got chips again. Won Blackpool before. Great player is Trig. So Jamie's made the money.
Yep.
And Trig.
Yep.
50% of the field for the sponsor players. Very unlucky for Katie. Andy was bust out early this afternoon.
Adrian Shelton, carding please. That's Adrian Shelton, carding please.
So Johnny opening King Queen of Hearts under the gun raises to 10. Tom with the King Queen of Spades. I was just about to say could potentially rip this one for 17 bigs, but it is against a gun open, so just happy to flat is Tom and take a flop in position. Thomas is in with the 4-3 off in the big, getting an attractive price on a call, seeing if he can catch a piece.
Johnny Gray's check, so there's a flop there. 10, 3, 5. 6 of hearts on the turn as it's checked all the way around.
That's the 4-3. Now going to come in for a lead, and Thomas going to take this one down.
$2,590 locked. That'll nearly get you to flight to Vegas at the current rate.
How much are they out of interest, that one?
At 3.
About 3.
Yeah, much cheaper than 3. They need to come down a lot for Tower to get involved next year, I'll tell you. Unless you FT the main.
Yeah, I'll fly you out. I'll have to fly you out. Need you on the rail.
I'll be on my way with my microphone.
Yeah. They'll do the winners interview. Come over with a microphone. You'll push them out of the way. You'll put your own microphone in. So Rick opening to 10 under the gun. Johnny defends the big blind. I'm not sure what he's got. Yep, action just catching up. 9-8 off. Check on the flop, and it's a jack on the turn. So that gives Johnny the nuts. Lovely turn for him to see. Might come in for a small bet here. Try and get some calls from Triggs, Ace King, Ace Queen, King Queen, these type of holdings. He can plausibly have a Jack X here as well, like Ace Jack, King Jack suited, Queen Jack suited, those type of holdings. So Trig will make the call. King on the river would be ill.
Oh, the king will be ill.
Sorry guys, headphone users. Sorry, I wasn't expecting it. I was not expecting it to come. That is a sick one.
Oops.
Oh, I just called it in myself. Where has that come from? And Johnny here, gonna lose some chips. This is ill, and he's going big. And I like going big here in this particular spot. Once this card is going to hit Trig a lot. Don't want it to hit him like this in the turn former Broadway though. And Trig seeing Johnny count out all these chips, he's sitting there, he's going, put more on, put more on. And there's the bet from Johnny, and I don't see how against this particular opponent we're ever going to be able to fold to a raise. With our hand, it's just so strong. Wow, that is a sick one.
Sorry about the headphone users. What? Big raise from Mr. Trigg, raises to 120.
Yeah, this is brutal, Tower. This is absolute brutal for Johnny. Yes, like, does Trig ever go this size? Like, I guess he can have kings that check flop that we still ahead of. I just don't see how we can fold this spot as Johnny against this particular opponent. Like, say Trig's got like a Queen Jack type hand, he's capable with that, turning that into a bluff for sure. And Johnny in a real predicament here. I just can't see him ever folding against Trig here, Tower. Like, the way Trig's played the hand, he can have ace queen, check flop, call the small bet on the turn, and then obviously check raise river with a well, raise river with a nuts, not check raise. Trig with position. And the thing is here, from Johnny's perspective, does he think Trig's ever going to have a bluff here? And the thing is, would Trig, say if Trig had like kings here, he slow played him, he check flop, would he go this big, or would he go a little bit smaller? Would he go like 70, 80k? Like, would he only go this size with the nuts, the ace queen? That's the question Johnny's got to ask himself, because he's going to make the call.
He's had to pay him off.
It's a sick one. It's a sick one. It is a sick one.
It was indeed.
And Trig now up to $500,000. One of the chip leaders in the room. That's dirty.
Trig's up to $500,000. That was unlucky. Daytime switch. No, you get the first win today and then sack the manager. Yeah, it must have been decided pre-game. Whatever the outcome.
And Trig with all these chips, he is definitely going to be a force.
Yeah. Is Ludo still in? That's every single player that is still in the mix. Ludo's name is not there. Simon Zach cashed in the minute, is now cashed in the main. Josh Mushin won the 30-30, is now cashed in the main. These were from 15 minutes ago, so that's every player that was in as we started this session. Johnny Enitu still in, Craig Heaton still in. Plenty of good players in the mix, that is for sure, but no, Ludo, he's not there.
And True going to be one of the chip leaders in the room now after that pot. It was absolute brutal caller. Yeah, I think Bixie's the only lady left in the field. The one
Yeah,
on our
just
feature.
Bixie fighting on. She's on our feature table.
Bixie final tabled leads. Leg 4.
Blackpool. If Jane Wright, if you are in the casino, your friend can't find you, go to reception please. We need to know if you are still on the premises. Jane Wright.
So Paul opening the cut off with the 10-8 of hearts here. And just going to continue and gets the job done. There's the other trick, one of our dealers.
Aye, aye. Wave, Trig, wave.
Oh, there we are. Oh. So ace 10 suited. Opening. Not sure who's playing about. Thomas opening the ace 10 suited, going to get called from Tom and Rick Trigg. Rick just flattening the ace queen in the small blind. Tom flopping 2 pair here on a 3 to a flush board.
King 9-8, checked, 10 of clubs on the turn. And then the all-in button, a triangle from Tango Tom, flop 2 pair. Trig didn't fancy it.
What time's the seniors start tomorrow? 1 o'clock. 1 p.m. for the seniors.
Alan Budge, where have you been? Where have you been, Budgie? Eh? Katie bubbled. Stone Cold 55th place, Kings into Aces on the bubble. It was filmed, it was streamed. We went for a 25-minute break. We've come back. Where have you been, man? What time the seniors start tomorrow? The seniors starts at 1 p.m. He has to start that early because they're all asleep at 7. Seniors starts at 1 p.m. in the club. Make sure you're in for it, Nick.
It's Johnny opening ace 10, raises to 10. Tom here in the small ace 8 suited. Could potentially rip this one tail up. I wouldn't mind it, but I don't think Tom's the type of player to be taking these shove spots. Wants to see a flop, see if he can connect first. He does just call, wants to see if he can hit. Oh, and he does hit top and bottom.
Ace 8 King. Nice one for Tango.
Johnny checking this one, and he actually turns Tom. And deuce diamonds river. Now Johnny fires for 15k, and the way this played, Tom's just never folding, is he? And it's 10 for Johnny is good.
Evening, JJ. Why are you not in Blackpool? How come you've not managed to get up to Blackpool? You missed the biggest Blackpool festival ever. Evening, Gary. Gary Fitz over in Dublin. Hope you're well, young man. Am I in the seniors? No, I'll be working. I can play the seniors, and I like Horlicks, but I'm not. I won't be. I won't be playing with comms on the final. However many we'll have left for day 3, and don't forget we can have a little punt on Grosvenor Sport tomorrow. The remaining players get priced up.
How are we doing, Francis? Good to see you tuning in. Didn't fancy Blackpool, mate?
No. Evening, Francis. The minimum age for the seniors is 50.
We'll see you in London. Big schedule as well, that one. Big schedule.
I'll show you the schedule before we go off air tonight, ladies, for sure. It's a biggie. Starts on the 18th of November and the team will be there.
So Big C opts to raise to 30k here out the small, facing Johnny's Hijack Open. Head scratch and fold.
JJ is playing the seniors and both PLOs in London. First PLO is 4 card, the second PLO is 4, 5, 6. JJ is in Porto, drinking port. How is the port in Porto? I love a glass of port. It's one of my favourite go-to drinks for chilling out. Stick a nice little bit of Vivaldi's Four Seasons on and a nice glass of port, and I'm your man. I've been to Madeira, where they make Madeira wine. That seems to taste a lot better over there than it does when it's shipped out. I don't know why, but it does.
We're all aboard the limp train. Oh no, not limp train. Thomas opening King Queen under the gun. Johnny flattened Jack 8 suited on his direct left. 8s are in as well. 10, 9, 3, 2 heart flop. Full defended the big with King 5. Thomas going to continue here after flopping a gut shot and 2 overcards. Backdoor flush draw as well. Johnny up and down himself. So he's just going to make the call in position on the C better.
8 of clubs on the turn.
So Johnny does make the best hand. And Thomas chooses to double barrel here. But Johnny not going to be folding, getting this price tower. Just under 5 to 1 in the call. We've got a pair and an up and down and position. River is the 3 of hearts. Now Thomas, white flag waved, checks it over to Johnny with the Jack 8. He's going to check behind and going to have to show the King Queen as the last aggressor, Thomas. And Johnny's going to take it down with the Jack 8 of diamonds. Interesting peel pre from Johnny, facing under the gun open, peeling the Jack 8 suited. The whole table behind us. It worked out on that occasion.
How many played the bounty? 194. 194 played the bounty.
Attention players and dealers in the bounty, it went about 501.
Just OMG. If you are playing the seniors tomorrow, there's already 35 entered. I don't think there's a cap, and obviously always determines how many tables and dealers there's available, but there's 35 in already. So don't be late. One thing about the seniors is they don't straddle in, do they? They all like to play the first hand.
Yep.
You'll see more sat down for the first hand in the seniors than you will any other event.
So Stuart here getting this price with 9/8 of diamonds. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pill. We've opened button pulls of 3-bet out of the small, but pulls are tiny here out of the small blind. This is such a tiny sizing. As I always say, do want to be sizing up out of position a little bit more. Now Stuart is going to make the call with his 9/8 of diamonds for that reason, getting this price that he's getting. Ball continues, and just a quick fold from Stuart. Paul Fisher getting aces. Never seen that before.
About 10 times, wasn't it, when he won the Mini in Manchester?
It was crazy. It was crazy. Saying that, yesterday, who was telling me? I can't remember. Someone was telling me Jessica Pilkington in the first session had aces 5 times and lost all 5 of them. I think Jamie Nixon told me that yesterday when he came in and done comms. Sometimes they just keep coming to you. It happens. Sometimes you can go 3-4 sessions without getting dealt them, and then suddenly all come along at once. So ace 9 for Tom. 14 big blinds, not wanting to shove this. Can definitely shove this. We are 6-handed, so 7-handed, so wouldn't have minded seeing him rip this one in. But would have been in a lot of trouble because Stuart had ace queen in the cut-off. He's going to open this himself, 11k. And Johnny with a pair in the big blind makes the call. Flop. Well, could potentially win a big one here, Johnny. Ace, deuce for 2 hearts, and Stuart flopping top pair, decent kicker. So a really nice flop for us here as Stuart with the ace queen. Going to be c-betting this a lot. Can sometimes incorporate in some checks, maybe this particular ace queen combo. Small frequency, we might choose to check this one some of the time. But Stuart firing for 12k, and Johnny with the deuces hit. Not all in. Depends how he wants to proceed in this spot. Like I always say, when you are raising for value, think about the credible bluffs you can have in this spot, and there are a few in this particular situation. Calling out the big blind, we might raise some 5-4 suited, 5-3 suited, deuce 3 suited, these type of holdings, as well as our heart draws. So it looks like he has raised. And it's back over to Stuart here with the ace queen. And the thing is as well, we can credibly get called by a lot of Stuart's range, like all the ace-X. He can open almost all his ace-X here when folded to him in the cut-off. So he's got all those hands in there, some heart draws himself. So these are like the good scenarios when we can credibly rep bluffs when we're raising for value, and a lot of bluffs as well. And our opponent can actually have good, strong hands in their range that they can continue with. Stuart going to have a hard time.
Players make their way to table 4 in the card room. Terry Patanaki, Adrian Sean, Darren Harris, Kevin Price, Michael Humphreys, David Wise, Andrew Anna. To table 4 in the card room for a 1-2 take-home cash game. Thank you.
So graphics actually wrong here. It's obviously can't go all in for 322k and then a free bet to 36k.
No.
I have no idea what Stuart's done because the graphics are incorrect. So he might have just ripped. Stuart playing 30 bigs behind, but I don't think Johnny's just going to rip deuces here too often. But he might have done. I can't see any chips in front of him. We're just waiting.
He's definitely not in for 322k. Well, it looks like a call to it. Is that 60, 35?
36. So it was raised to 36.
Well, it's definitely not all in. Oh well, they'll get sorted out now because when we get to a turn.
That's good night. That is good night for Stuart McAnally's tower. He's out the door. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Because he's turned top 2 now, and now we even go ahead of some of the value range that Johnny's going to raise on the flop. The 4 deuce suited, the ace 4 off, the ace deuce off, all those combos we're going to go ahead of here. So I just can't see how Stuart McNally is ever going to get away from this. But just waiting for the action to be corrected. But this is a monster pot, guys, and it's an absolute cold deck here. Top 2 versus a set.
I'll do that myself.
Graphics are correct, there we are. So it was a race of 36 and a call, and now Johnny's bet 65k on the turn. And I just don't see how we can ever get away from this to Stuart. Simply because what I mentioned, ace 4, ace deuce, hands that Johnny can definitely have here. 4 deuce as well, yes, 5-3 is a straight, and obviously sets of deuces, sets of 4s, but I just don't see how we can ever fold here with Stuart. He might just call turn and find a fold on the river on maybe 5 3s and hearts, but
Adrian Sean, Darren Harris, Kevin Price, Michael Humphreys, David Wise, Andrew Harris, and Richard Garner to table 4 in the card ring, please.
Will the fact that these have played each other tons come into it?
Well, if they have, they're both obviously very good, competent players, and Stuart, the way he's posturing here is like he wants to fold, and maybe he just feels something. Okay, yeah, he's just going to call them. He might not go broke here. He's got 87k behind.
Certainly won't if he hits one of his outs.
Yeah, but he's going to have to call off on this river tower. He just can't. I can't see how he's ever going to fold once Johnny moves all in here. Stuart will make the call. Like this river changes nothing. And there's the all in. And what Stuart might be thinking, Tower, he might have called rather than rip and turn to leave himself 87k behind, a third pot behind to deter Johnny from ever bluffing river. So maybe Stuart thinks if Johnny still goes for it on river, that he has to have it. But what is it? That's what we got to ask ourselves. Is it ace deuce? Is it ace 4? Because I think these hands are going to take the same line. I think the ace 4 and ace deuce are going to take the same sort of line, get value from some ace king, ace jack, ace 10 on the turn. I know that's got there on the river. But this is pretty brutal spot for Stuart McNally, and he might find a hero fold, Tower, and if he does, props to the man. But the thing is, like, I think it is, Rob Lloyd. Reason being, I think Ace 4, Ace Deuce are going to continue barreling turn, getting value from other Ace X. And then once the 10 of Diamonds River comes, Ace King, Ace Jack are going to check back. And the thing is, we're not folding with deuces, with Ace 4 or Ace Deuce to a shove anyway. So I think he's still going to shove those hands because they're still going to call off. They're still going to call off Stuart's shove.
He's going to fold.
He does fold. That's a top class fold. That is some fold. Shows the Ace Queen and the deuces of Stuart. Deuces of Johnny don't get max there somehow. How do they not get max? That's some fold from Stuart McNally, but maybe the factor is leaving himself a third behind. He doesn't think Johnny's ever going to bluff river when he's got a third pot behind.
That is an awesome fold, and I think she just said, I can't fold that.
Yeah, I can't fold that either, Tower. I can't. And the thing is, like you say, would Ace Deuce, Ace 4 shove river? I think they would, because we don't want Ace King or Ace Jack to check back. We're gonna call a shove from Stuart anyway. So I think we need to shove the Ace 4, Ace Deuce just because we don't want those hands checking behind. We're not folding to a shove anyway ourselves as Johnny, but that's some fold from Stuart McNally. That is a class fold. And I don't think I make that either. I really don't. And maybe he had some sort of read or picked up on something. But
trying to get the information out of Johnny Gray, but it's not working. It ain't working.
He didn't show him the deuces.
He did not.
He's
show
going to
him
have to
the
wait
deuces.
half hour.
How was that, boys? We all right?
We did offer you some.
Well, I thought it might be some for later, you know.
There was only about 4 bars left when we offered you it.
Yeah, whatever.
It's all right. There's only a little bit.
All right, don't worry about me.
Some air bubbles there.
No, it's all right. I've got chocolate torte and double cream.
2 chocolate torts. One not for Jay.
Well, if I fetch 2 bowls, yeah.
I actually heard them talking out there, and what she actually said, I was having a little earwig. She goes to Tower, she goes, there's 2 in there.
Yeah.
If you want both, that's fine, just don't tell him.
True story. But the best thing is that because Chris was playing and Joe comes in with the bag, right? So Chris Flint, Spuddy, who's bus today, she came in, and as I'll tell you the story straight after the other hand, because Bixie's got 10s and she's 3-bet. That was a world-class fold.
It was indeed. It was indeed. Tom Locks. Well, he shouldn't be folding this. No, for 12 big blinds. Ace Queen 12 big should always be going in. I'd be very surprised if he got away from this one, but we did just see Stuart fold Ace Queen in a pretty sicko spot, to be fair.
Go on, Tom. Time to gamble. We know you're behind, but the spot says we've got to get him in for 12 bigs.
And the thing is that Stuart fold, because Tom's getting it in, we'll go back to that for the chat talking about it. If you're wrong on the feature table in that spot, you're going to get absolutely crucified by it. I can't make that fold. It's just crazy folding top 2 there when we beat some value that our opponent can have. And maybe it was down to what he left himself behind. And oh wow, he folded the Ace Queen, Tom.
Wowzers.
He didn't fancy it. Didn't fancy it for 12 bigs.
Not fancy it.
But yeah, maybe that's the deciding factor. Once we lead ourselves a third pot bet behind and our opponent still rips on us, maybe we can just exclude all bluffs. But then, does he shove Ace 4, Ace Deuce? That's the question we've got to ask ourselves. If he shoves Ace 4 or Ace Deuce, we have to call. If we don't think he's going to shove Ace 4 or Ace Deuce, then maybe we can make the hero fold, but it's just such a tough one to get
on the
away
outer
from.
Tables, we've got news, because as you can see top right it says 52, but 51st was Craig Dawson for 2,590. In 50th was Richie P, the VIP himself from Teesside, 2,590. In 49th was Robert Robb. We wanted Rob to win it because Rob would have been the best interview. And literally, just on the outer table, we have just lost champion in Luton, David Doherty, which means we are now on 47. Dave Doherty, last man out. Unlucky. So we're on 47. So, quick story, right, quick story. On about an hour ago, 2 hours ago, we got Joe coming in, Chris Flint's wife. We were bringing all the old chocolate torts and the double cream. So she walks into the casino.
Yeah.
She's got the bag.
Yeah.
Spuddy walks up behind her.
Okay.
Sees the bag.
Yeah.
As I look down, he's like, what you got? He says, she's looking round. He says, oh, going round. He's scurrying behind her. She's walking on. He's saying, oh, we've got some cakes here. She turns around. She says, what are you doing? He says, what you fetched me? What's in the bag? She went, they're not for you, they're for Tower. Spuddy's like, what?
I don't get one.
No, and as PK said, there's 2 torts in there, and
both for you.
If we get,
Should we go one
share?
for you, half for me, half for PK? We can do that.
We can share. We've got a chocolate tort and some double cream that Spuddy thought they were for him, and then when she turned around, she says, "Well, no, they're for Tower." He's like, "What? Why?" Yes, Josh is in the building, and Dad's still in as well. Josh Musson, unfortunately, is down to 95k by the looks of that. I think he's got more than that, hasn't he? I think he's got more than that. I think he's got more than that in Reds.
Yeah, he's got well more than 90k.
Well more than 95.
Where's the apps? I bet if you plug that in a solver, it's a shove. I'll be like 99% sure on River. I bet if you plug that, simply because like we're not folding. We check call, but he's not going to bluff a third pot, and we still want to get called by Ace Deuce, Ace King, Ace Jack. We're not going to fold to a shove anyway, so we don't want them hands checking behind. Like plug it, and I'm pretty sure that will be the result. Like with 0.3 SPR, I bet if you plug that, it will tell you we should be shoving River as with the Ace 4 and Ace Deuce. So we got 0.3 SPR on that River, which is tiny, absolutely tiny. So, like, we don't want Ace King, Ace Jack checking back. If he's got Ace 10 and River 2 pair, yeah, we're going to call anyway. We're going to check call. So, what he actually does from shoving ourselves, we don't allow those hands to check back because we're never folding ourselves.
We'll get Josh's stack collected very, very shortly.
Please can the following players make their way to table 6 in the card room for a 1-3 tax-on cash game. Michael Humphreys, Richard Garner, Philip Hepburn, Steve Heron, Dungarun Kwang Sung, Alex Wong, and Zong Ming Lau for a 1-3 tax-on. Daniel Stacey also to table 6 in the card room for a 1-3 tax-on cash game.
I know it's different against certain opponents, but against two really good players, I think we got to move in with those 2 holdings. The thing is, it's cut off open as well. Like that's the other thing, that dynamic. Like you can be still fairly wide. You can have all Ace X there. Yeah, like it's a mad one. It is a mad one, but it's a correct one at the end of the day. Probably like long run may not be right all the time. You're probably going to be wrong more than most. But in that certain situation, which is the key factor, he was correct with the fold, and it's some lay down. Is Johnny still letting him stew over this tower? Is he not telling him what he had? Is he making him wait 20 minutes?
Not sold him. He has not sold him. In 20 minutes, they'll all find out. Still not told each other. Maybe he just wants to keep it on tilt for another 20 minutes just so he might get all his chips. So we're on 47. 47.
And the other thing to take into account, if you're talking about live read, on the turn, Johnny's got a massive live read. Stuart's there, he's stewing, he's really posturing, he's looking, he went to fold his cards, he then went back to his chips, he counted his chips, and straight away Johnny's going to know there that Stuart isn't there, like he's going to be, like it just looks like he's weak. It didn't look like he had ace queen, it looked like he had ace king, ace jack, ace 10, one of these hands on the turn. The way Stuart was posturing on the turn, like Johnny would have picked up on that and would have thought like he's not as strong as he actually was in that particular situation, which is still a crazy fold. Like I don't know how he found it. Like as Trig said, he wouldn't have folded it, I wouldn't have folded it, and I'm sure 99% of people watching this stream today wouldn't have folded it either.
No.
But
no. I'm walking out the 25-25. Scroll on the bottom of the screen are the names eliminated so far here in Blackpool. Katie Swift was bubble. Kings into aces with 55 players left.
What? No, I just do it. Yeah, the message in the video. She's only like 8, but.
So Trig, half a mil. We'll get Josh's exact count. It's certainly not 85. We'll find out exactly what it is. So Dave Doherty, 48th, 49th, Rob, Richie P, 25.90, Craig Dawson, 25.90.
He plays a lot in Blackpool, God, don't he, Josh?
Who's that? Josh? Yeah, he didn't really travel too far. Played in Manchester at the beginning of the season.
I think like every cash on his Hendon is from this casino pretty much, Tower. I know he went Vegas in 2019, had a few cashes out there. What did he cash for? Because it's not on Hendon yet in the 30-30. Can you remember what he won? Like 30?
About 38, something like that.
It's massive. His biggest cash before that was 3k, so that's massive for him. Massive. It'd be great if he could do the double. We haven't had a 30-30 main double. We've had a mini and a main double from Adam Omer a few years
like
ago.
about 165, 170 for Josh in seat number 7 as he's just come to the table. Tom's now all in with ace queen. Folded it before and gets it through in the hijack. No, Stu, it's called Stuart McInally. We will see what cards Stuart had. Tom, Tango Tom, Thomas Treacy is all in with ace queen. That's good. Oh, that's not.
Where's these 2 outers coming from all week? Turn and River, just pinging them for fun.
Wow. Tom Treacy finishes in 46th because 47th, like 5 seconds before, was Michael Caine. Michael Caine, and slight pay jump for Tom Treacy to 27.60. 2,760. We're on 45. Well done, Tom. Tango Tom loves Blackpool.
Then he's got some weird looks. He might start he's got a lot of lost with halves.
Is it tea time yet?
I think it is. What would you like? While you sat eating your mint arrows, what would you like?
The grapes.
Oh, grapes,
They're-
sorry, all right.
They're
just-
grapes in disguise.
They look like mint
Yeah.
arrows. Okay. What would you like?
Can I just have a coffee one, please?
Is it time for teas? Yeah, what do you want? Coffee?
Well, I know you're the tea. You drink tea. I have a coffee every now and again.
Coffee one.
Coffee one, please. Yeah, imagine if he goes on to win this now. It'd be crazy. Crazy feat. If Stuart goes on to win this after that fold, that will be talked about for a while, I'll tell you that.
Daniel Stacey and Gary Callum to the card room, please.
There's some of the bust outs, and I'll tell you what I'll run across now. This is what we're playing for. Yeah, David Doherty, back-to-back cashes.
That means everybody can block me.
So Josh definitely got more than what the graphic says. We'll get that sorted out. Raises to 11 with the ace-4 suited, and Stuart here in the cut-off. Can definitely incorporate some light free bets in with this one. I wouldn't mind it at all. Really good hand to do it. Got removal to a lot of Josh's continue range after opening early position. Ace, king, ace, queen, kings, queens, all less likely. So Stuart does opt to free bet this one as a bluff. Nice from him. And comes back round to Josh now, and we've got no option to get out of the way unless we have some stone cold read that Stuart's at it. We could sometimes at a very low frequency incorporate a 4-bet in with that hand, but just gets out of the way. So everyone locked now. 2,590. Little pay jump, little extra 170 quid going in your pocket if you make the next ladder. Blind on blind, 2 big stacks, Johnny and Trig. So to the flop. Ace-4 for Johnny, unaware, Triggs holding. Blind on blind action. Vaccine pusher. Oh, says a lady ever won a main event? No, we've had a couple of seconds. We had Renee Z back in Leeds 2017. She was runner-up to Wayne Lang. And then going back to Luton, I believe, was it 2013 that Tai was runner-up?
Yeah. 2 final tables on the trot, wasn't she?
So Bixie lost.
Ellie second in Blankenberg.
Blankenberg
Or
as well.
third.
I forget about GUKPT Blankenberg.
I know, yeah. Everybody else was. Yeah, she finished third.
So we have got 3 minutes left on the clock. Is that right?
On this level.
Yeah. GUKPT Blankenberg. Where is it? Belgium, is it?
It is.
Belgium.
Yeah. North. West Belgium. It was great. Especially going around the pubs afterwards. We had to try one of everything. When you go to foreign parts, you have to try different things, don't you? And we tried different things. Mark Elliott and Matt Eardley, are they still in? We will let you know right now.
Should we see if they're in on the
I
break?
think Matt Eardley's still in.
We've got a quick way of checking if they're in on the break. We'll chuck the... Oh, has it been taken? Oh, there we are.
Matt Eardley 152.
And the other one
was Mark Elliott, right at the top. There we are, 430,000. So they're both still in, and they've not been eliminated. Matt Eardley is on table number 9.
A really nice lead spot for us here as Josh out the blinds. We're going to have not advantage on this. We're going to have some 10, 7, 7, 5, all the 2 pairs. And we've just got a whole host of equity. We're sitting here with 7 high. We're never going to be winning that showdown. So good to see him leading here. Leads for 18. Stuart, I'm surprised he's called with a player behind tower. Oh, he has a graphic error. He's folded. He's folded.
Yeah.
Nice pick up there from Josh with the worst of it.
Mark Elliott is on table number 15. So yeah, they're both still in. Johnny, any 2 still in? He is indeed. We lost Tom Treacy in 46th, and in 45th we lose Chris Morby. Christoph Morby, 2,760 in 45th. We're down to 44.
Jordan Illingworth to table number 6 in the card room, please. That's table number 6 in the card room for a 1-on-3 tax holding cash game. Thank you.
Just let you know, I've still got a pair of brogues for sale.
Ludo's still not come and collected his shoes?
No.
What is he like? Johnny opening card for King 10 and faced with the free bet from Trig on his direct left. Trig doesn't necessarily have to have it here. Cutter versus button dynamic can incorporate some lighter free bets in, especially against Johnny, who's going to be opening a lot of hands from that position.
Anyone of these spare? Yeah. Yeah, it was classed as a GUKPT on tour. That's what it was classed as when we went to Belgium. The one and only time, 2010. Trying something different. Lines up next down, just been announced.
Yeah, Jamie Nixon still in.
Yeah, Jamie Nixon he is. Yeah, he's cashed and he's still in. Our other Grosvenor Pro, Rick Trigg, is in seat number 4, but Jamie is still in. They'll be happy today, delirious in fact, because Newcastle United got 1 point.
Yeah, it's not going to work, but really like this double barrel here from Johnny. We've only got Jack high, we're the opener. We've still got the strong hands in our range: Ace, King, King, Queen, King, Jack, sets of 8, sets of 6s. And the thing is, we can target some 8x and 6x to fold out here, as well as the straight draws 10, 9, 9, 7, 7, 5, so on. But on this occasion, we're not going to fold out a king. So there's a call again from Stuart with the King 4. And is he going to unload the clip and come in for the third barrel? What hands are we targeting to fold if we are going to barrel here as Johnny working with just over 1 SPR? It's basically a pot size bet behind. We can really put pressure on Stuart's 1 pair holdings here. Like I guess only straights he should have a 7-5 of diamonds, 7-10 of diamonds. So a lot of the time, the way this hand's played,
just going to be a king. We expect him to fold a lot of his 8x on the turn, all of his 6x, all of his straight draws, gut shots up and down, as I mentioned. Maybe some diamond draws that are combos. He's not going to be folding, but Johnny opts to give up with a jack 3 of diamonds, and the king 4 is good for Stuart. Johnny not opting to unload it.
Sean, Darren Harris, Kevin Price, Michael Humphreys, David Wise, Andrew Anna to table 4 in the card room on a 1-2 takes all cash game. Thank you.
The real thing is like I'm not folding every shot. I'm hating it, but I'm just
Great turnout, 575k, just shy of in the prize pool. It has been some event, this one.
Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch to follow us on. YouTube and Twitch mainly to watch it. Plenty of you are.
Blinds now up.
They are.
We're on to the 3k, 6k level. Off on the end, give him the queen 10, and Rick with the ace 10, top pair. Yeah, this is really nice from Trig, really nice, and it's going to get paid off, and it's going to, yeah, and Trig, very nice value on the end there from him, good to see. A lot of players may just opt to snap call that spot, but once Paul goes that size, I think we feel fairly confident he's never got a 5 or better. So with the nut 10, try and get some value from some worse 10x, exactly what he done.
Don't know how to work.
I don't know, it's just the message takes me to add some 7 positive.
That's the first time I've honestly.
This is the final call for Terry Kosanaki, Adrian Sean, Darren Harris, Kevin Price, Michael Humphreys, David Wise, Andrew Hanna.
Thomas C2 all in for 90k.
All at 92.5.
Then a shout at 92.5.
So win gets it through. Are we touring again next year, Tower?
Are we touring again next year, shall we? Where do you want to go?
I don't know, everywhere.
Fancy going to Reading?
I fancy Reading.
Coventry?
Yeah, Coventry.
Let's see if they're there. Be amazed if they are. Oh, they're there. Amazing.
2022, look at that schedule. It is jam-packed, including the Goliath. We've literally got a leg on average once a month.
That's coffee, by the way.
It's a nice coffee. It's a really nice coffee. But leg average once a month. Grand final finishing 18th of December, so we're going to probably have a Christmas jumper tournament or Christmas jumper day at one point.
We are probably the Saturday.
Yeah,
I reckon for day 2. Obviously, you have to be a little bit serious for the grand final. So I can't really do that. Well, to be fair, when you interview Patrick Antonius dressed as a Joker, it makes no difference what you're wearing on the Sunday, does it? You know?
Exactly, that's it. That is it. But there it is, scheduled for next year. Reading and Coventry included, that weren't on the schedule a couple of years ago before the pandemic, but they are back.
3 different price brackets next year as
yeah,
well.
I know.
Do you like that as a player?
I'm not sure.
It's 4 different, isn't it? We've got 750, 1,000, 1250, and then the grand final. Well, the grand
Yeah.
final
Well,
obviously
yeah,
is
yeah.
separate, but yeah. I'm not sure. I thought maybe make like a 500 and 800, but because I just think the 1250 and the 1K, they're pretty much the same. They're going to attract the same sort of players, but we'll see how it works. We'll see how it goes next year, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting.
If the guys in Coventry playing the 670 plus 80,
Yeah.
then thought, well, why are we not a 1K?
Yeah.
And make it 9 plus 1, then maybe. Well, but obviously, like you said, we'll see the numbers and see how they attract for next year.
Schedule looks absolutely great, and I'm really looking forward to it, like every leg. But like the binds, we'll see how it goes.
Big
But
gaps for us to go and see this fella in the World Series main event. In the final of that, because there's a big gap.
Imagine the scenes.
Straight from the Vic, 3rd of July. That's normally when it starts, isn't it?
Yeah, usually June time, early June, running through till July.
Yeah,
But
so 3rd of July when we finish in the Vic. Normally the main event World Series normally starts around about the 4th of July. It's normally Independence Day around there. Who knows? We could be out there. We could be jetting off. We could be in a PJ. Oh, imagine that. Oh! I've never turned left on a plane.
Never turn left on the plane.
Never turn left on a plane. There's time yet. Is there any JD in this coffee? I wouldn't spoil Jack Daniels and put it in my coffee. No. Fingers fetched him in from first season. He's had him forever. Still feel like giving him away. Does Brian want one? Yeah, still got to decide what to do with the original card protectors that we have.
Paul was raised to 80k here, putting Bixie in a bit of a spot. Let's take this back to the start of the hand. I know we were showing the schedule, but raise from Bixie, Paul flattened on the button, both blinds I'm assuming got out of the way. Flop, King, Queen, 7, Bixie betting and Paul making the call. Turn, Bixie firing still and Paul raising here, so Paul can definitely, we have a 10 in our hand, but Jack 10 is probably the main hand we're worried about here as Bixie. I guess some Queen 9 suited and King 9 suited in there as well, and although it's good to have the King of Clubs, meaning King 9 of Diamonds is the only King 9 suited out there. Slow played sets of 7s, that would make sense as well for Paul's value range. Now what hands is Paul ever going to bluff here on the turn? Like, he's not going to raise a 1 pair hand, like he's not going to raise King 8 here, so our King 10 here, we're not beating any Paul's value each, so we've got to come up with some bluffs he can have. And we've got a very bad card in our hand here, the 10 of spades. A lot of Paul's bluffs are going to include that card, like some combo draws with a flush draw and a gut shot. So I think Bixie can make a fold here with her hand, and whatever Paul had, I think that's a good fold from her. All I would say about Bixie is maybe we can check turn. I think this 9's going to be better for the button calling range on flop than it is for us, so maybe we can incorporate some checks in on the turn, come in for a check call rather than firing ourselves. But unfortunately for her, I'm never going to find out what Paul had.
Nick says, out of interest, Jay.
Out of interest, Jay, when does SPR go out the window against a good player's live read, irrespective of the price? If your read is your beat, like the ace queen, your best. I said he would fold river as he called turn to fill up, as he figured he was beat, otherwise he moves it in on the turn. If the maths created by online dynamic less prevalent in that situation, ultimately the maths say that's a losing fold long term, but doesn't account for the moment one of read, and that's the beauty of live poker. That is true what you're saying. If you feel like someone mentioned, I think it was Silver Sock, saying how much poker Johnny and Stuart would have played together, like sometimes in them situations, like in this live poker, like Phil Helmuth talks about it, white magic. I believe it's a thing. You sat there at the table, and like your brain is telling you can't fold here, like it's bad to fold here, but you get that feel, that actual gut feeling inside you that's telling you you're behind or telling you you're in front. And like a lot of the times, that gut feels just digging into your subconscious. Your eyes have seen something all over the years, all the poker you've played, all the experience, and it sort of delves into the subconscious, and you get that feel inside you that you're either beat or you're winning. Like a lot of the time, it don't happen very often, but sometimes that comes to you at the table, and a lot of the time you go with that feeling and you're correct. And if that's what Stuart had there, then fair enough. Like, he might have started getting that feeling on the turn, and that's why he was acting like that. And then he just thought, you know what, I'm going to go with my gut and fold river. And if that is the case, then yeah, sometimes you can take it out the window and do the exploitable thing and make the fold. Like, in terms of theory, it may look bad, but obviously I always say the best poker players are going to have good fundamentals on the theory base and then be able to exploit opponents throughout the day as well. So yeah, I like what you're saying there, but it just comes down to we're getting an unbelievable price to make the call on the river. We only need to be right 20% of the time, I think it was. And but if you've got that feel, that gut feel, your subconscious is just telling you you've got to fold, something's up here. All the hands he would have played with Johnny over the years, and yeah, let it go, dish it in the muck. And as we can see, like, Stuart's still in. He would be out of the tournament, but he's still in. He's still got a shot at winning 140 bags. And if that was all down to the read and something telling him to let it go, then that's why.
.45th was Christophe Morby. 44th was Johnny Barker. Johnny Enitu. Lee French was out in 43rd. Simon Zack. Great run from Simon, cashed in the mini and the main. Simon out in 42nd for 2,760. And 41st was Don Jones. Great run from Don. Great run from Don. And literally...
Seats open for Chesley Walling, Alec Wong and Christian Popescu to the guardroom, please.
Well done to Don Jones, finishing in 41st for £2,760. Don with a smile. Go on, Don. Big seat. You say the last lady in?
Yeah, I think so, I believe.
In the hand. Flopper King 4-7. Johnny Gray, former champion here in Blackpool. Sat next to former champion in Blackpool, Rick Trigg.
Jeff Williams to the guardroom, seat open on a 136 on cash game. That's Jeff Williams to the guardroom, please. Seat open on 136 on cash game. Thank you.
Cash games are mad. I mean, mad.
Mad.
Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, Silver Sock says, I think people who are emotionally intelligent and a natural feel for this sixth sense / white magic. Which I think a lot of it comes from experience as well. The more hands you play, the more stuff you pick up on. You don't obviously take it all in, but your eyes do, and it stays there in the back of your mind and you never think about it, and then it's just something comes to you in a pot in a certain situation and you can make the correct decision, pull fish up. Not going to get there. Needed an ace or a jack, and Johnny's going to take this one. Check on the river. We've got 45 minutes left of this session, and that will take us into the final break of the day.
Please can Steve Heron make his way to table 1 in the card room, please, for a 256 hold'em cash game. Steve Heron to the card room, please, for a 256 hold'em cash game. Thank you.
I suppose it depends what it is.
Yeah, I think he just wants to post the Jungle Man hand.
Oh, right, okay.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Daytime Twitch. As long as it's nothing offensive or nothing promoting anything, it's all good. All good.
After you've watched it, just come back to us. Chloe Cecilia watching on Facebook. Go Johnny Gray. Arty Arty. Good evening, Chloe. Mad as a wasp. What if he still uses that nickname? If anybody said who's mad as a wasp and they go, oh? He's got the BT shirt on.
Got Hamper in here. Paul opening ace king. Stuart defending the jack 9 in the big
old
blind.
waspy look on.
And Paul faced with a check raise on the king 10-8 board. Opts to call with the ace king, perfectly fine. We want to keep some of Stuart's bluffs in. No need to free bet this one after we get raised. Like to continue and Stuart incorporating in a raise with this up and down. We've got XT to our straight, and looks like he's going to be coming in for a double barrel here. Maybe thinks that Mr. Fisher is going to be folding a lot of his range here. Opening under the gun though. Paul's still going to have ace king. He's going to have sets of 10s, sets of 8s. Even a set of kings that shows to continue. King 10 suited in there as well. So when we come in for this, we're basically now targeting the ace kings, the king queens, although king queen probably not going to fold up and down as well. Paul just rips it, just rips a lot, says I'm all in. And Stuart not going to be able to call now. He's like, why have I bluffed this man? Why have I bluffed Mr. Fisher?
Final 167 in the middle.
What price are we getting here? This is what it comes down to, but I think it's way too much. Way too much. 123k to win 316k, so basically 2.5 to 1 and a call. And the thing is, our queen can be dead some of the time, like this particular hand. We can be drawing dead against ace queen, so just going to have to get out of the way. I would have been shocked if Stuart put another penny in that pot. Fair play for trying it, running the bluff, and Paul, that's a nice one for him to take, up to 316k. Let's go, Mr. Fisher.
We'll ask him, Ryan. Guessing you know him. Guessing it's a bit tongue-in-cheek. All playing well. All in the money. We're down to 41 from 533. Tomorrow they're going to be playing for nearly 600,000.
Forget the hand, daytime Twitch. What on earth is that outfit Jungle Man's got on?
How is he allowed in the casino looking like that? Imagine walking in bare-chested into the final tomorrow. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. Most of the guys watch us on YouTube and Twitch. We have Twitter, Facebook and Instagram available as well. Also social media related. PK is the man. 41. We're in the money. Everybody's in the money.
New deck, please.
New deck on the ship.
Ace 10 8. Unbeknown what Tom Baker has got in seat 2. Paul flops some of it. Small bet of 6k, and we had none of it.
Daniel Stacey and Gary Allen to the card room, please.
We will get the chip counts of all the players from around the room at the next break in about 37 minutes time. Mark Elliott still in the mix. Jamie O'Connor is still in, he's on table 8. Sat at the side of Colin Gillen. Wadey Ashraf still in as well. Paul Jackson still going along nicely. Jamie Nixon still in. Gary Whitehead still in. John Mann still in from the northeast. Matt Eardley, defending champion, believe it or not, 2019 champion. Matt Eardley still in. Loves Blackpool. There are a load of online qualifiers for London. There's satellites for every event in London. And don't forget, when we do get to London, there will be the UK Heads Up Championship that's on Tuesday the 16th online, and playing down to 4 to go to London to play live, and the 6 max exactly the same. 6 max playing down to 12, going to London, live streamed, 30,000 guarantee. £2,500 packages every Sunday online. £2,000 seat plus £500 expenses. Satellites alternating every night from the main event, the mini, the midi, and if you get a £400 ticket, they can be used for the £400 ticket, which is the 30/30 or the new G400. You can use it for the 370 mini main if you fancy. So there are plenty of satellites, feeders running all day long as well. Check out Grosvenor Poker, all details relating what's going on to get yourself into London for a fraction of the price. We'll get a full chip count at the break from all players in about 30 minutes time. That's all I can say right now. Can't say it much else. Is there anything on over Christmas? Yeah, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Wizard of Oz, Polar Express, Miracle on 34th Street's a favourite of mine. There's no seasonal special like the Christmas cracker this year. Escape to Victory, always on. Always on. So yeah, there's no seasonal special like the Christmas cracker this year. It's
all about Home Alone.
Do you like Home Alone, do you?
Yeah, I've seen Home Alone.
So here we go. Stu's all in, and Thomas. In fact, Thomas is all in. Tom, Baker is all in with ace queen. Stu's got the 9s. Who wins the flip? Well, the queen hits for Tom. Just needs to fade a 9 on the river, and we get a double up for Tom Baker. It's a 10.
Seats open for Imran Barlett, Christian Pescu.
That drops Stewart down to 5 bigs.
Imran Barlett and Christian Pescu to the card, please. Seat open for the run on the sun. Daniel Stacey, Darren Watford, Joseph Gray, Michelle Bricknell, John Woods.
Kings for Johnny.
Illingworth to table number 6 in the card room, please. That's table number 6 in the card room.
Kings for Johnny.
Thank you.
Raises to 12k, and Trig going to make the call with the ace 9 and Bixie here to out. She's not going to take it. Would have loved to see Bixie take this spot, but it's going to work out perfectly for her. Pocket 8's cut off open, button flat. We've got 20 big blinds. It's just a slam dunk shove a lot of the time, but Bixie, just from calling, is actually going to save her tournament life.
King high flop, king 3 deuce. Saving lives by just calling. Certainly saving chips, that is for sure.
As Johnny puts in the check, and Rick Trigg going to fire here with the ace 9. Incredibly can rep some king X on the button. He'll probably peel some king 9 suited, king 10, king jack, king queen, these type of holdings that don't elect a free bet. Going to have sets of threes and sets of deuces here as well, so can incredibly rep a lot of value. Johnny going to make the call. Turn is the 5 of hearts, so Trig does actually pick up a wheel draw here, not drawing stone cold dead. Might come in for a double barrel here, Tower, try and target some of Johnny's like 6s through queens, these type of hands, maybe some ace high floats, ace 3 suited, they didn't elect to continue, these type of things. So he is going to come in for a double barrel, 60k into 80k, he looks for 3/4 pot on the turn, and if we're Johnny here, the way Trig's betting, just going to be flatting again. This is good from Johnny, just wants to call and keep all the Trig's bluffs in, and the thing is we're going to get the money from sets of threes and sets of deuces anyway, so want to be checking over to Trig once more as Johnny keep all them bluffs in there, and like I said, we're going to get the money from sets of threes and sets of deuces, so from Johnny's perspective, really good check here from him. Some recreationals or players that are new to the game might be like, oh, I've got to lead the river now because I don't want my opponent checking behind, but got to think about how the hand's played, and Trig comes in for what looks like 110. And now Johnny has got an easy raise with the kings, only worried about ace 4 suited, can't be worried about monsters under the bed. Want to get our value from sets of threes and sets of deuces. And there's the raise all in, and it's going to be a snap fold from Trig, no need to tank. And Johnny up to 626k.
Take care, mate. Yeah, I will do.
Neil Wolfe is on his way home. Both played the main event, both no good. Yeah, Neil Wolfe come along. Neil lives down in Exeter. Come up, used to be from Bolton. Came up with Emma. Both played the main, both no good. Both played the bounty, both no good. We're going.
Yep.
We've done us door, we're off. I love it.
So, Stuart could be trebling up here. All in. Been called in 2 spots. Ace-9 for Tree, Ace-Queen for Bixie. It looks like that's Queen Hightower.
It's Queen 7-4.
And after making that fold, everyone wanted to see him make a run at it. But it looks like he's going to be out the door. Needs to find an 8, so only 2 remaining. So very likely that we're going to say goodbye to Stuart. Although the things the decks have... Oh, he's done it again! How has he done it again? How many times today are we going to see that? I was just about to say that the amount of times players have turned sets today have been insane. And again, it's crazy. It is absolutely madness today. Ping.
Oh my days.
Just pings it. And Stuart's still in. Back up to 20 bigs. He can still make a run at it.
Unbelievable.
That was I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked at seeing it so much now. I'm just expecting people to ping 2 hours on turns.
25 minutes to go until the end of this session. What a session it's been. We got in the money. We're down to 41. In fact, we're now down to 40 because Don Jones has been eliminated in 41st for 2,760.
Blind on blind. Stuart working with 19 bigs. He will have a shoving range here, Tower. We don't know his hand, but he is going to shove a lot of hands in this particular spot. Hands like King Queen, King Jack suited, King 10 suited, a lot of Ace X. All the pocket pairs are going to be moving in as well. I think he's just querying his stack because he was all in for 36k and he's actually, yeah, he's right. With the, oh no, he is right. Should he not be right? 36 times 3 is 108, plus Paul Fisher's big blind and ante. Should that not be 120 rather than 114? Is he missing 6k from somewhere? To be fair, he's right to query it if that is the case. If he was all in for 36 times 3, 108, and then plus Paul Fisher's 6k big blind and 6k ante. Interesting. I can't hear what they're saying, but Dan, the dealer, clarifying with him that the stack size is correct. Or maybe the graphic was wrong. Maybe he wasn't all in for 36k. Look, it's been adjusted now. That had to be the case. He's got 96k in his stack, so he was never all in for 36. Must have been a bit less. As old Macapac Chris Johnson takes his seat at the table late here on day 2. Everyone is in the money. We have 41 players remaining. There's a little ticker for you.
at the bottom, some of the players that cashed. Okay, thanks Daytime Twitch. Trig called 30k, so I assumed he was in for 30. Which makes sense. Top right of your screen, Rich. Top right of your screen.
Not sure if you can see it on Facebook, but it is 41. It's 40 actually, because Don Jones has been eliminated for £2,760. Don making a fantastic run yet again.
We could have the biggest day 3 we've had in a long time, Tower.
Yeah,
we really could.
We certainly could. We could indeed. Tom is all in. 9s, ace, queen, fold for Rick Gilby. Yeah, Rick Gilby? Rick Trigg.
And Chris asking for a count after you 3-bet to 38k. Chris makes the call. Been
So it's Macapac back at the table. Who's called with the ace king and hits it. The ace king. That's
it's not over yet. It's not over yet. What we've seen today.
Here comes the 9 of spades.
It's just not over yet from what we've seen today.
Oh.
Well, at least it's not the turn if it comes. But Chris going to be on his way to a massive pot. This is going to be massive for Chris Johnson and King on the river. So we're going to lose one. We lose Thomas Baker.
Well done, Thomas. Great run.
So that means we're down to 39.
Now in 40th, 27.60. Great effort out of 533. Amazing. Just fabulous. And Macapac making a massive run with the NPL still up for grabs.
Yeah, well, Ewan is still in the field as well.
Ewan is now leading the leaderboard, and Macapac will need to outscore Ewan by a lot. You're rating it's over 50 points for the win.
52 points and a couple of tenths for a win, I think.
Right, okay. Which would take Chris Johnson right up to the top. Is there any GUKPT later this year? I'm not sure. I've not been told by Tom. There's plenty going on online though. I do like the idea of heading down to London for the UK Heads Up Championships and the Six Max as you play online and then play live for the final 2 tables. Love that.
That was on stream, the last one, wasn't it?
Heads Up. It was. Who was on it? Can't remember. Who was on it? It was RJ. He was on. That was great.
Got put in the bin by Julian Davis.
Yeah, well, if you play the online leg and make it the final 4, we'll commentate on you again.
I don't think I'll be playing Tower.
Because we'll be live streaming on the Wednesday. Wednesday, the 1st of December, we have the David Hay sit and go as well. When's the next one of those? The David Hay, the 5th qualifier. 5th? I thought there was 7. The 5th qualifier is on Wednesday the 10th. Wow, that doesn't leave a lot of time to get your bags packed.
Well, it must be 17th and the 24th, the following 2.
It must be. The 5th qualifier, because there's 7 of them. So it must be Wednesday the 10th, Wednesday the 17th and Wednesday the 24th. and make your way down to London. Right there for the 1st of December, the Haymaker Knockout Final, invite only. So there's 3 chances to get yourself in, and you'll be guaranteed a lockup of something like, is it $12.50 or $18.50?
Yeah,
That PK lot missed out on
it's a decent chunk, I'll tell you that. For a free roll, it's a proper decent chunk.
Plenty going on in London, but the Haymaker will be live streamed by the team.
It's open from Paul in the cut-off. Johnny going to flat the ace-8 on the button, and Chris comes along in the big blind with a 6-5. Oh, Paul Fisher.
The Fisher, just the world.
Yeah, Paul, we got a straight. Not going to get any action from any opponent, though, unfortunately. I like his choice to bet, though. No need to check this one. Johnny can plausibly have plenty of hands on the button that he can continue with. Unfortunately, Paul, no action there. Shows him the Queen Jack.
Wendy Watts up to the guard ring, please. Seat open on a 1-3-6 hold cash game. That's Wendy to the guard ring, please.
Ace-5 suited for Stuart. Working with 17 bigs, so going to come in for an open.
13,000. Folding round in order to the big of Josh Musson with the old 10-4.
Yeah, Josh can't
Good buddy.
Can't be defending this one. So we've got 15 minutes, guys, and then we will head out on the final break of the day. New feature table when we return, so we're going to have some fresh faces on here.
Yeah, Reckless Ralph recklessly lost all his chips before the money. And Human Dustbin was saying, are there anything around Christmas time? That's the latest we're running this year. The 25,000 guaranteed events, 9th till the 12th of December in Walsall and in Newcastle. And then Leeds Bury New Road play together, and then the prize pools and playing Leeds for day 2. And then Luton on the same weekend, 16th and the 19th of December. Are you playing that?
I think I'm trying to go abroad in December. We're trying to get away. Yeah, so I think I won't.
Let me just tell you.
Yep.
If you're going over abroad,
yeah.
I'm guessing it might be Poland.
Yeah.
It's going to be cold.
Yeah.
Take your wellies.
Yeah.
Take your gloves.
I get that.
Take your hat. You might need a new one because it's going to be -10. Okay.
Okay.
Just warning.
Okay. All right.
Just warning you. If you think Blackpool's cold,
okay.
Poland's going to be colder.
Okay.
Right,
Thanks.
Just saying. Looking after you. You need thermals. Yeah, so the 25s return in December, and they will return in abundance next year with the G400s, the 25s, the GUKPTs. There's plenty going to be going on, the deep stacks as well. Minutes to go until the end of this session. We're on 40. Are we on 39? Because where did Thomas finish?
Yeah, Thomas finished 40th.
Yeah.
We're on 39.
We're on 39.
We're actually not Tower, we're on 38.
Oh.
David Thomas was our 39th finisher. So 38 players remaining.
Okay.
Everyone locked up 2,930. We'll know when we're down to 36 because the featured table will be back to 9-handed. Sorry, we won't because it's 8-handed.
It is.
So ignore that. Ignore that for a second. I'll say that when we're near 32.
Action Jackson is still in. He's on the outer tables. He is still in the mix. And good evening from North Cyprus.
It's Paul with pocket nines. Opens under the gun. Makes it 12. Stuart not going to be going anywhere here. Playing 19 big blinds, King Jack suited. I think versus gun open, just want to be calling here. If it was facing LP, definitely going to be ripping this one, but versus Paul Fisher's under the gun opening range, just wants to flat, see if we can catch a decent piece on the flop, which isn't going to be there on 10, 7, 6, 2 diamonds. So Paul, 1 overcard to the 9s, we've got a straight draw ourselves. Going to come in for continue. Is there live music here tonight?
There is.
Yeah,
There is a live duet singing away, and there'll be a DJ at midnight. And if it's anything like the music from last night, I shan't be stopping. Because it thumped. It was like you were at a rave. But the bar was rammed, so somebody was obviously enjoying it.
Yeah, any sort of spoilers or anything in the chat, we'll have to put a ban on watching the stream, just to let everyone know, because we are on a half-hour delay.
Absolutely. You obviously know something we don't. No problem, Ken. No problem. We didn't know. No problem at all. We work on a 30-minute delay. If you don't know, that's just one of those things. You can just put only joking, and then when he does bust, then we'll say, "Oh my days, Jamie's bust." No problem, Kane. We work on a 30-minute delay, as a lot of people do know, and a lot of people don't read the social media or friends of the people who get knocked out. Just follow them. There you go. He's only joking. He's only joking.
So Paul with jacks, gets that one through. 9s and jacks. Seen him have aces, seen him flop a straight with Queen Jack. The world of Mr. Paul Fisher.
Absolutely. Won the mini main in Manchester.
Yeah.
Another massive turnout for the mini main. That was nearly 800 runners, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Building a stack. Trig down to 250, was up to £500,000 an hour ago. Josh Musson grinding on in 7.
I haven't seen much of Josh since he comes to the table.
No,
to be
he's
honest
come
with
with a
you.
short stack. He's been chipped up all day long, obviously. Lost a couple of crucial hands on the outer table.
It's how I've seen the field. It gets tough when you're down to these last 3-4 tables. It is tough.
Yeah.
Everyone in there are like very, very good players. There's some crushers left in. But when you get this deep in a tournament like this, it's not easy. There's no easy chips. It's hard to find spots.
Yeah.
Especially when you're card dead as well. I don't think I've seen him pick up many hands at all since he's been on the feature. And there's just sometimes not much you can do but fold, and that's the best way. Just be a bit patient. Your spot will come, hopefully. But look at this table, like it's absolute. Trig, Johnson, Johnny, all sat next to each other. So Bixie has got the good aces in the hijack. Seen her have kings twice, aces once. Raises to 12k.
Trig with the Jack 9 in the big, going to flick and defend. Trig's had a bad 45 minutes or so after unloading the clip versus Johnny Gray. Went for it and understand completely why. So Bixie with the open pair to the ball, going to come in for a continue. But no, we're back. We go on break in 7 minutes, so we are.
So Bixie getting paid at this moment in time, but Rick calls a 25k. Oh, no way, Jose! The trigger Noah. What are we calling it? It's 55k out of a 75k stack. It's an awful river card for Bixie. Yeah, he's going to be calling. Makes the call. It shows the Jack 9 and the aces open folded. Trig back up to 350. If Bixie's stack's correct, she's on 20. Which, wow. Heading towards the final break of the day in 6 minutes time. We'll be back just after 10:30 for the final 2 levels. What a session. We got in the money.
Yep.
In fact, we got in the money
just
very
before,
last
yeah.
hand, didn't we? Very last hand of the session before. All folding round in turn. Back to Trig.
On the river, and slight action tracker error here, guys. Not sure what's happening, but looks like it's got to showdown, and Trig takes the pot with king high.
He's got the king of diamonds and the 2, so it's a split pot. So I've just been told that we asked about the Christmas cracker and everything, and regarding the Christmas and the G-Coop and all that. Our top man, Mr. Jim McShane, has let us know that the G-Coop is between Christmas and New Year online. So if you've got nothing to do over Christmas and New Year, the G-Coop is on. And the Christmas cracker is also online the week before Christmas. So there's plenty to play online at Christmas. The online Christmas cracker and the G-Coop in between Christmas and New Year.
Christian Pescu on a 1-3 takes Oldham. That's Imran Bala and Christian Pescu into the garden, please. Can the owner of the white Audi registration RM61ACE make your way to reception, please? You need to move your car, you're blocking someone in. That is RM61ACE. Please make your way to reception, we've got blocking.
That's good for you, Sean. If people have pre-regged the Haymaker free roll and they're not sitting at the table, you get to pick up free blinds and chips.
Absolutely. Go all in every hand. Raise every hand. Raise for 20 minutes. Raise. I think it's 8 minutes, isn't it?
Any players with their name on the list for 1, 2 or 1 piece.
Anyway, if you've got players not at your table, take advantage. Raise. Win.
Right, probably going to be the last hand of the session. We've got
Last hand of the session.
minute and a half left on the clock.
We'll get 2 in.
You reckon we'll get 2?
Why not? Stu, we'll get 1 in.
Look at this. Stu,
Stu's
genius,
already.
genius.
Stu knows.
I love people who do this.
Stu knows. He's now hoping that the others do it as well. He's now thinking, let's have a breather. Let's collect our thoughts.
Where's Paul? Always get hands, Tower. He always finds hands. I sometimes play 3-day tournaments, don't get aces, kings or queens once, and just Paul every time he's on the feature.
Bix is all in.
Boom.
Bix is in with the ace. You know what always happens when you've got kings all in pre. Bixie doubles. Well, Bix is going to double.
I think we're going to get another hand. It depends how slow this hand's dealt by our dealer Christian. We have less than a minute left on the clock. Paul Fisher yet with another monster. Kings this time.
Oh,
well, Bixie.
We didn't have the ace of clubs. Is he going to run out? Spade? Jack of spades, anybody?
Oh, nope. That's Bixie dead. So we are going to lose Bixie from the tournament. And we have got 25 seconds left on the clock. So Christian might. I say might.
All the chips are going in the way of Mr. Paul Fisher.
Is he going to get another one in? Or is he saying that's it?
No, he has slowed himself down. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have got 15 minutes to wet the whistle, and we'll see you back for the final session. New table on its way, full chip count as well. See you then.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table. 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also like I was free rolling anyway because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1, but I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table and he knew about the bet and he raised under the gun. And, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf, and I had to free bet him and start barreling away. But he folded on the turn, so I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, "You're an idiot." But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game. With on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, well known, blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff. So it gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that six match is probably your best game. Third out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5K six match, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these three events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, second out of 474 in the six match 10K. Three massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5K six match came third, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and just drinking, which, like, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out of their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually I had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left, and I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand, so which didn't really bother me because, like, live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind, and he's called, and I was kind of short step, and it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak, and I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, and then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another. I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute, and then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand. But obviously, could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K six match was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match. Had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal, you know. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. Was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
Yeah, I work on a heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament, because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, I like it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we're still earning the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of, there was a mutual agreement almost, but we hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone like I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table, because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us, buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back, I get kings on the big blind, kings when the guy in the big blind's not even there. And Johnny Lawton raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy, not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in, he just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash, and, you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've min re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K, and they're like 6K more. So it's like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit, and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet, and he tanked for ages, and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like I'm like trying to project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that, and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And, you know, trying to avoid the cameras, or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out the empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, that was, I think that was 2007, I think it was the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't even know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All in Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, just, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally, but you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure, and I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So yeah, it was, to make a run at it was really cool.
2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still number one online.
Yeah,
how, do we, how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number one online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, put on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like, even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think you'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he like was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit.
I've got to do this.
At the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean,
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the final session of the day. How many's left, Jay?
I think we got 38 remaining.
We'll give you the eliminations in order
Before
very
we
shortly.
went on break. 38 players remaining. Let's have a look.
There we go.
There's the chip counts.
900k. Woo woo! Anthony Miles. I'm still miles
Still
in front.
miles in front,
Still
yeah.
miles in front. Mike Allen, Will Henderson, Phil Clark went up there, Johnny Gray, Robert Duras, Macapac, Garchu, still in. Ace King man.
It's all right. I'll save myself. I'll put some money on him for tomorrow
Absolutely.
to cover
You're gonna need
myself.
to.
Yeah.
Paul Jackson, doing it for the over 25s. Well done, Paul. Sean Donovan, local lad. Trigg, former champion. They are a lot of chip counts right there, and that is the final players. Matt Eardley down as short stack, who won it 2 years ago.
Some proper names in there as well.
Colin Gillen, James Pitchforth. They're the three short stacks under 100,000. Ewan McNicholas 125. Andy Taylor, former champion. Oh, is that Murph? Andy Taylor.
Yeah, that's Murph.
So Josh is on 200 and his dad. Vinny is on 270. Bozza's still in. Oh my days. We're set for an amazing. As you can see, Jamie Nixon's been eliminated.
Yep.
Oh my days. We never knew. We never knew. Where did he go out?
Jamie was in 36 because just before him we lost Craig Stewart just before the break. We saw Bixie bust as well. She was 35th, and then that brings us up to 34 players. That's what we're working with now.
And that's the 34. Right there. Wowzers. There's the chip count. And don't forget, for day 3, we will have a book open on Grosvenor Sport for a little punt on your favourite player.
Think about Gary as well, National League. He's right up there. Foul from Tom under the gun. Action on another R. This one's not Ralph. What are we going with this one, Tower? What are we calling him?
Let's go Rupert.
Rupert.
Fancy Rupert?
Yeah, Rupert sounds
Rupert's
good.
a good name. Rupert's playing in seat number 7. If you've got the chance to win 140 grand and we can't use your name on the stream, we're going to call you a name, and you are Rupert.
That is Raggy.
I wonder if is it Randy Rupert?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah,
There you
so
go.
we have Randy
Yeah,
Rupert.
we'll go with Randy Rupert.
Randy Rupert, seat 7.
And that's Raggy Kane in seat 8, also known as James Clark.
No, Katie's out. Katie pure bubbled, unfortunately. Kings into aces.
On the bubble.
And
Don't
Bixie
wanna see
doubled
that.
with kings.
No one likes to see that.
Bixie doubled with kings, the very same hand on a separate table. They could have chopped a bit of money. We'll keep you updated of eliminations around the room. This is the table for the next 2 hours. We've got Randy Rupert in seat 7.
Wow, John ripping
Oi,
this
oi.
for 30
Rip
big
it in,
blinds, Tower. 30 bigs. It's a lot of big blinds at this stage to open rip on the button. Gets it through, but much preferred just to see an open from John, but fair play to him if he wants to ship it in. Take the blinds and ante. Nicely done.
There's Mr. Eardley. Tom Hall. I didn't. That's the name I was looking for. I didn't see him. I didn't see Tom Hall's name, so I just wanted to check that he was still in. Wadey on 150. So there we go.
He's on our featured table, Tower.
Who's that?
Tom Hall.
Where is he?
He's in 5.
Oh yeah, he's in 5. Oh yeah, there he is.
It's been a long
I
weekend.
was just looking. It is Tom Hall, bang in the middle. There was me looking for him, and there he is. Tom Hall and Ludo. You have not seen Ludo all day. We've still got a pair of brogues if Ludo's still in town.
And if not, we'll be flicking them on eBay probably.
We certainly won't be taking them home, that is for sure.
So 2 more hours for us, and then that will close up day 2. Currently working with, well, we just lost one actually.
Oh,
Danny Petros, so we got 33 left.
Danny.
And we will know when we're down to 32 because the seat will be filled at the featured table to balance 4 tables of 8.
That's correct.
I must say, music was very good in there tonight.
Was it good?
Yeah,
was it all right? The bar
Yeah.
is rammed.
I know.
There's no seats. The pit's buzzing. Cash games, there's 8 of them.
And yeah, a little more than 8.
The bounty had 194 in.
How good has this leg been?
This has been an amazing leg. And why is Ewan McNicholas stood up?
He's still in, Tower.
Oh, he's having a breather.
Yeah, he's still in. He's Chef Brad's giving him some advice, probably. that's what's happening. He's gone to Chef Brad for some advice.
He's seen the guy
Yeah.
with a t-shirt with his own face on it and thought, you must be good.
Yep. Gone and asked him, how do I play this spot? What am I supposed to be doing here?
Yes, Frankie, he was supposed to get the table. Yes, that's Frankie. He said he was going to bring a table over. Just take it. And it. You can use this one if you want. Alright.
So the table comes round. Blinds are 4-8. We've got 4-8 and 5-10 left for the evening. Gary looks down. He's got the Cowboys messing about with the table for his drink. And if anybody wants to know, that is Frankie who was running the 8-8-8 in the Vic last week.
Oh,
That
was
is
he?
correct. On his own.
Was he really?
He did. He went down. They swapped him. They needed him to go down. Can you go down? Yes, I can. Ran it. Father and still in it. Record, no. We've had
Victor Alukin and Victor Alukin Jr., right?
No.
Is that?
Well, not winners. Maybe on the same leg. Obviously, Brian Clark and Mikey Clark have both won GUKPTs. Father and son. A father and son final. I think that's pretty. I think yes. I think Victor came like 24th junior, and senior won it. But I really hope that we do see Victor and Lukin down in London. So we started this session with 38. Amazing.
We're now down to 33 players.
What?
We're down to 33.
We've only been playing 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, before the break, we didn't actually account for Bixie, who busted. Jamie just busted before the break, as well as Craig Stewart.
I see.
And then we lost Danny Petros, which brings us down to 33 players.
Okay.
Sorry, not 33. Because on the app,
flipping heck, man.
we should have a player coming over any second. Because just had it come through that Colin Gillen was in 33rd, so we're down to 32 players, guys. So after this hand, the table should be balanced. Scott Clark says, is Mikey Clark still in?
Scott Clarkson. Love you, Scotty. Love you, Scotty. Miss you. Miss you. Don't beat me at NFL anymore. Weebrick's been here all week. Good evening, Scotty. Hope you're alright, young man.
Well, we got an all in there.
Ace
Cool.
2.
Oh!
Any flops? Any really good flops around?
Yeah, it is a really good flop, and Queen Jack is dead to run in 6-7 for a chop, or Ace Deuce, and that will be that.
Yeah, it's a really good flop when you're all in.
Ace Deuce is going to double up. And there it is. I said that there would be a player coming over, and it's Sean Donovan sitting down at the table. We are down to 32 players.
Yeah, Mikey Clark won Bolton back in 2013-ish. Brian Clark won Blackpool 2008 for over 100,000. Sean comes to our table with chunks, doesn't he?
Yeah, it does look like he's got a fair bit. Been there all day, near the top.
Showing me card. This time.
Old Rupert with the 5s has opened here, guys. It says he's folded, but Rupert has opened. I'm sure we'll get that corrected very shortly. Or he's actually called because Raggy's limped, so we'll just wait for this to catch up. This guy's great, ain't he? He'd be a great bingo caller. Rewind.
Oh, we didn't see how Wreck-It Ralph was eliminated.
He left the table first session of the day with 280k, and he was out before the next break. Which, to be honest, the way he was playing, it was either going to go one way or the other. He'd either be chunked up or he'd be out.
And now in place of Wreck-It Ralph, we've now got Randy Rupert in seat number 7.
Permit owner of a white Audi, registration RM61ACE, make your way to reception please.
Still illegally parking outside, you know. We've still got the bingo course shouting, if your registration is awesome, 7. Final session here in Blackpool of day 2. 2 hours to go. Live stream finishing just after 12:30.
Any players with their name on the list for 1, 2 or 1 free text on cash game, please make way to the card room. Any players with their name on a 1, 3 or 1, 2 text on cash game, make your way to the card room desk, please.
It's Matt opening to 16k with the Ace King of Clubs, and Anthony is miles ahead with all the chips, 800 odd K, going to make the call. Oh, what a flop.
What a flop, 10, 5, 6.
This is action Jackson.
Oh my days.
This is going to be getting in, no matter what. This is just always going to be getting in with these particular stack sizes here. Anthony's going to fire, and I think if Matt's checking here, he's most certainly going to be coming in for the check rizzle. And Anthony, this is not the hand he wants to be up against. And there is the check raise. Anthony's going to move all in. He'll make the call. And the 8-7, this is the worst possible spot we can be in here with the 8-7 of clubs.
Defending champion from 2019. Looks like getting it in. Matt Eardley.
There is the all in. And Matt's going to make the call. And the 8-7 of clubs going to hate to see this. Looking for 8-7s, 4s or 9s, which aren't club.
Oh, straight in. Any 9 the club's about?
Yeah, imagine
9 the club's about. Any 9 the clubs? Any, no.
Any players with a name on a 1, 2 text on cash game, make your way to the card room, please.
No, 9 of clubs as an amazing redraw.
Eardley going to get a double.
Good evening, Josh. Hope you're well, young man.
Chesney Walling to the card room, please. Keith Swain, Robert Hale, Mark Lee, Neil Evans to the card room, please.
There could be like 10 cash tables running. I need to check the app. There's just players being shouted all the time.
They've run out of room in the cash where all the cash games are. They're using the tournament tables.
Unbelievable. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. There's a 1-2, a 1-2, a 2-5 Omaha, a 1-3 Oldham, a 2-2 Omaha, a 1-2 Hold'em, 2-2 Dealer's Choice, a 1-2 Hold'em and a 2-5 Hold'em. Fancy game of poker? Blackpool's your place. And I would absolutely love the Bad Beat Jackpot to go tonight.
Yeah.
In Blackpool.
Imagine.
Imagine the scenes.
We currently have 6 on a 1 free text on cash game, Matt. So 1 free text on cash game with immediate speed. Any players interested, make your way to the card room. Thank you.
Imagine the scenes. Imagine the scenes. Imagine the scenes.
minutes before you can order. Not like 1 hour wait. 1 hour before the restart.
So John making it 18 with the ace jack, and Tom with defending the big with the ace 7. Tom gets away for it, makes a good lay down with top pair.
I'm guessing we're talking Patrick Parkinson about 40. Oh, Padraig Harrington. Well, there's Dan Harrington and there's Padraig Parkinson. Or unless Padraig Harrington the golfer. Ah, see what you mean? Yes, like it. I'm thinking poker players.
Right, please down Robert Hale, Mark Lee, Nick, Jacob
Sevens for John in the hijack. Raise this one up.
with their name on a 1-2 text hold cash game, make your way to the card room. Simon Cricket. Anybody with their name on a 1-2 text hold cash game. Thank you.
And old Rupert going to defend the big with the ace-6 suited.
Flop time. Queen, King, 3.
Nice flop this for Rupert, flopping that flush draw.
Absolutely.
And John coming for a continue.
Rupert's come in for a raise. And that should be it. Ah, yes. Moving on to table number 7 outside, yes. Now I know what you mean. Yes, you did. You're right.
Run.
Right, 16,000.
I did well, do this something the same thing to you. Yeah, see how you feel like it. Put me on the
Sorry about that, boys. We had boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen. We just had a couple of queries to sort out.
We are back.
We is back. We're definitely back. We're still here. So Queen Jack for John. How did the betting go in this? Sean in seat number 3.
We got back to the action on the King 7 flop. I'm not sure the betting.
It was on the flop.
Now fading 10s as well.
It was on the flop. I think it's a 9 of clubs. The all in.
Lose.
John Mann from Teesside.
And we've lost 3 in the last 5 minutes while me and Tao were sorting out some stuff. Andy Taylor's gone.
The Murph's gone.
Ewan McNicholas has gone in 31st. The old bottle snatcher is out. And Tan Lee went in 30th. And John Mann was our 29th finisher. So we are down to 28 players.
That makes a bit of difference to Macapac. Chris Johnson.
Yeah,
he's still in.
Josh Hornby says, etiquette question, boys. What do you do if you're at the table and you can see the hand of the player next to you every time they look? Warn them, you can see, and try not to peek. If someone peels their hand and they're not covering it and you catch a glance out of your eye, like, I wouldn't tell them straight away. I'd wait for the hand to finish and then say, if I'm playing in that hand and I've seen their 2 cards and they folded, I'd then tell the rest of the table the 2 cards. Whereas if they haven't folded and they've opened and I've looked down at my hand, if I'm going to fold my hand, I'd fold it. If I'm going to continue my hand, I'd then let them know I've seen their cards. But then after the hand, I'd say, obviously, protect your hand and just show them how to protect their hand better. But it's just the right thing to do. It's just the right thing to do. No one wants to win a pot like that. So that is what I'd suggest. Like, the first time it happens, if they peel their hand, you have a little glance at it,
Just obviously, if you're folding, don't say anything until after the hand. If you're continuing with your hand, then mention it to the table, because obviously you've got an advantage seeing 2 cards for that particular hand. But yeah, it's just, and then if they keep doing it and keep doing it and you keep telling them, then there's not much you can do. It's not that hard to protect your hand so that you can only see it.
Flop time, another all in the call. 4s all in. Decent flop for 4s.
Yeah, just fake aces and queens. Counterfeit outs now. 5 jack, ace or queen to fade to get the double.
Oh no way, the river, we tap the table. Lost another. Tom Hall shakes the hand of everybody because he's that kind of gentleman. He is a superstar. Well done, Tom, on another cash. Such a nice fella.
And just like that, as Tom busts out, we lost another one on the now table. Stuart McNally's gone.
Oh, no way.
He was 28th before Tom Hall. Tom Hall was 27th for £3,450. Ruggy opening 7-8 suited in the cut-off. And Anthony going to flat the 5s in the small, and that's going to bring Sean along in the big blind.
Flop time, Queen 10-4, 2 hearts.
This one checks through.
Anthony flops the best. Well, everybody whiffs, so the 5s are still in front. The Jack of Spades on the turn brings a up and down straight draw for Sean in seat 3.
That's just going to go fold.
Yeah.
We're down to 27 players.
27. Tom Hall.
No, that is James Clark in seat 8. You're thinking of Steve Jelinek, Chris.
Yeah, Raggy in seat number 8. His name, affectionate name is Raggy.
And good evening, Anne on Twitch. Jay, who's cashed and how much, please? A lot of players have cashed.
Yeah, I don't think the ticket will be up to date as such because it's been so busy. But that is on 42nd. We'll run through, as there means so many, we will run through who has been cashed between 42nd and 27th as it is. But they're the names that have cashed so far today. Back to the action because Sean has got Sean Donovan has got another hand.
Queen Jack of Clubs opted to 3-bet this one, facing cut off button dynamic, cut off open, button flat. Sean free bets the Queen Jack suited to 68k. Like this, good hand selection to do it with. Facing cut off open as well. Matt Eardley can potentially have lots of hands opening in the cut off, and Anthony probably going to free bet a lot of his strong hands. So like the squeeze here from Sean to 68. And Matt here, 296k behind, going to have to get out of the way off this stack size tower. Be very surprised if we saw Matt do anything different, but fold here. There are times we can peel this particular hand, but we still got Anthony behind us and we're just not deep enough. However, Anthony is going to be peeling the ace jack of hearts this deep versus Sean with position, especially because he'll understand the cut off versus button dynamic, and Sean obviously competent, doesn't necessarily always have to have it in this spot. So if we're Anthony here, we want to be calling, taking a flop in position with the ace jack of hearts.
So we're going to see a flop. Sean Donovan, Jack Queen of clubs, Anthony ace jack. The hearts. Whoa, flush draw alert.
Yeah, so great flop for Anthony. However, Sean wants to be continuing here. Don't need to go too big. We can go between quarter and third on this pot. Go really, really small on the king high board. We're going to have the ace king in here. Ace is still in our range. Maybe some king queen that elected to bluff. So going to be continuing for 46k, and Anthony just going to make the flat in position.
Pots are building. The ace, that just about seals the deal.
This is a really, really interesting card, because Sean can now come in for a double barrel a lot of the time, because there shouldn't be any ace-x in Anthony's range other than ace-x of hearts here. So we can start applying a lot of pressure to hands like king queen suited, king jack suited, king 10 suited, these type of hands, as well as some sevens through queens.
What's the raise?
Was he raised?
He's raised it up. Sean Donovan's an house door.
Does he just rip it?
He's ripped it.
He's just playing range. He's saying I've got ace king. He's saying I've got the goods. I've got kings or aces. Wow, what a move. This is ridiculous, Tower. He's putting the lot. He's putting $500,000.
I thought it was a call. It wasn't. It was an instant raise and then a snap shove. Sean Donovan.
Wow. Now this is so interesting. What we got to call here after raising as Anthony. I'm surprised to see the raise from Anthony in the first place, but he makes the call, and Sean is in so much bother. There's a million chips in the middle, and Sean's got queen high.
It needs a 10. Oh, look at
Matt! What you got?
Matt's lost out.
Have you got queen high here?
Oh my days.
Oh my word. What is this? This is the biggest rush of blood I've ever seen at this stage of this tournament. And Anthony just fading a 10 that isn't. And it's the 6 of clubs.
Sean Donovan. Fist pumps.
Wow.
Fist bumps, Anthony.
That is crazy stuff, Tower. At this stage of the day, what on earth?
Wow.
It's like, I like the double barrel from Sean, but once we get raised, it's fine to just give up. It's absolutely fine to give up. He's still got pocket 5s, pocket 6s there that are going to snap us. Like, it's just, you can't keep doing that without warning me. I look up.
Sorry, he's there. He's like, oh
it's
my
just,
days.
I just don't see how we get to this point in the tournament. We're one of the chip leaders. There's 140k up top, and we want to free bet rip the flop with queen high. I understand the double barrel. I love the double barrel, in fact. But once we get raised on the turn, it's fine to just say, you know what, let's give up. I've still got 400k. I've still got a lovely stack. I've still got a shot of winning this tournament. It's okay to lose a hand from time to time. You don't need to win every pot. But it's just craziness. Like, it's absolute. It's like, I don't know Sean. I don't know if he plays for a living or whether he doesn't play too much. But it is just a massive pump, that Tower, because our opponent's definitely got the free combos of 5s. He's definitely got the free combos of 6s that are going to snap us off. In this scenario, it was ace-x of hearts, but it's absolute craziness.
Well, Rupert has just said that's crazy. Crazy.
It is. I just don't understand it. You're sitting there, one of the chip leaders in the room, and then you just want to get it in. Maybe just a rush of blood. He insta-shoved as well, Tower. It might have just been a rush of blood, and he's going to be walking home, driving home, whatever it is, and he is going to be thinking, what on earth have I just done? We could have saved ourselves 400k back and still been right in the mix of this tournament, but now we're heading to the cash desk to take our 3,450 quid.
Just wowzers.
Wow.
Any players with the name on the list for a 1 takes a whole cash game.
Paul Fletch. That's not even White Lion level.
And now Anthony is definitely miles ahead. What? Look at that stack!
Oh my days.
What's that, 1.2?
It was miles in front of the break. This GUKPT's in Blackpool. He's in what? He's in Watford. I tell you what, he's miles up. Oh my days. Sean did start lighting for 125, still a decent result. Yeah, absolutely right. And if he feels it at the time, he just feels it at the time. It's one of them things. It's all about feeling. If you're feeling it, it was an instant rip. And if you felt it, he felt it. But,
it's just strange, Tower. It's really, really strange.
Matt early when he saw the hand.
It's like you're on an hour clock, you've been grinding for two long days. You've been sitting there grinding for 2 long days. You're in a really good position to take this. Look at this, 1.6 million.
That's average stack for final table.
It's more than average stack for our final table. There's 10 million chips in play, Tower. So he's actually got average stack for 6-7 players left right now.
Go home. You're miles ahead. Wow.
1.6 million. That's got to be the biggest ever stack we've had at this stage.
Yeah.
It is chunks. Chunks, chunks, chunks. And Anthony Miles,
wow,
he is going to be loving life. He could go home and he could turn up for the final day at 6 p.m. tomorrow and probably still have chips. What a gift that is from him. Gifted. 500,000 from Sean Donovan. No, the thanks asked, do I have a fold ace jack there to the rip? I never raise it. That's one thing I don't do. I don't raise it for that reason, because Sean still has ace king. He still has the aces. He still has the kings in his range. So I'm just going to flat the ace jack of hearts in position and take rivers. But Anthony opted to raise it for some reason, and obviously it's worked out a treat, because if he just flats, Sean probably shuts down river. So it's worked out an absolute treat for him. But I'd never get in that spot myself. Not today, thanks, simply because I'm going to be flatting on the turn. I'm not going to be raising. But what a great hand for the featured for everyone to watch. Great entertainment. I'm not going to lie, I'm not sure about great poker, but it's great entertainment. Joe Saunders, you clown. Guy put it all in with Queen Jack, honey. Yeah, it's not an easy call with Anthony's actual hand, because a lot of the time we can be just drawing to a heart as Anthony with one card to come, but oh, what a hand. We've been waiting all day for something like that to happen. What a hand. Definitely hand of the tournament so far. 1.6 million chip for Anthony Miles. That is some stack. I've never seen a stack like that at this stage. Imagine Sean, you're sitting there, you started the hand with 500,000 chips, you're way above average, you're thinking, I'm lovely, I'm cruising into day 3, I've only got an hour and a half left, and the next thing you know, you're out the door because a little bit of rush of blood to the head, and he's going to be walking home, driving home, whatever it is, and he is going to be running that through his head and thinking, what have I done? What have I done? Like, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love the double barrel. I think the double barrel is great. I think it's a really good double barrel, but as soon as we get raised, that's white flag time for us, or at least it should be. But It's crazy stuff. At this stage of the tournament, like we might see something like that on a day one, but late here on day two, when we've got 26 players remaining, it's mental. It's like the amount of equity just burnt up in flames there. The amount of money is, I wouldn't even like to think how much it is when we're sitting there with over $500,000 at this stage. But hey, I'm guessing he has his reasons. As I always say, there might be dynamic between the players. They might have played earlier today. They might have had their reasons for doing it. I can never discount that. If someone thinks they're making the right play and pulled me away and told me, I'd always listen. But just from what I've seen, I just think we need to fold turn to the raise. There's no other play. Ha ha, Paul Fletcher.
Yeah, the South Clear's only 50 yards away.
That's why we love the live stream. We sometimes get to see stuff like that, and that was some hand. That really was some hand. And it's great it happened on the feature table as well, because imagine we saw the chip counts. How's this guy got all these chips and we don't know what happened and how he got the chips, and we know now exactly how Anthony's got the chip lead. And
now we know why.
If you're watching, Sean, I would recommend probably not going on the Grosvenor Facebook page tomorrow, because I'm sure that one's going to be posted up at some point, because I think that's one of the biggest ever day two pots we've ever seen. Well, it's created one of the biggest ever day two stacks we've ever seen in the form of Anthony Miles. But after a moment of madness, back to the featured, because we are down after Sean busted to 25. Alex, yes. Rick Trigg is still amongst it. Jamie Nixon cashed, Katie bubbled, and Andy Hills busted a bit earlier on today. There's a prize ticker. There's the payouts coming along the bottom of the screen, I believe. Is it just the bust outs from earlier? PK's been really busy today, guy that puts all the graphics on for us, so I'll tell you what, we'll try and get that as soon as possible. We did have one, I'm pretty sure, for the payouts, but I think he's replaced it for the bust outs. I can tell you there's £140,000 up top though, and everyone's locked up £3,450 at the moment. Wizzo asked what was the hand. So the hand was open from seat 1 in the cut-off, flat from seat, open from seat 9 in the cut-off, flat from seat 1 on the button. Sean Donovan was in seat 2. He opted to 3-bet squeeze the Queen Jack of clubs out the small, fold from seat 9, call from seat 1 with Ace Jack of hearts, flop King 5-6, 2 hearts. Sean Donovan continued small around quarter pot, call from the Ace Jack of hearts. Turn was the Ace of spades, so Sean still with Queen Jack, opted to double barrel, went pretty big, got raised from the Ace Jack of hearts, and then opted to rip the Queen Jack suited for another
think 300 odd K on top. So that was the hand, and the Ace Jack of Hearts found the call, and the Queen Jack was drawing to an offsuit 10, and that was it. So that was the hand. Let's have a little chat.
It's got to be one of the biggest punts in a while on that feature table.
What was the thought process? Or
I've been playing with him earlier off stream a fair bit, and he'd just been making a lot of like weird moves, weird clickbacks, and then like just folds.
Yeah.
And just wanted to go with my live reads and wanted to get a very large live read very wrong occasionally, and just thought it was just getting a snap fold off him.
Yeah.
99% of the time, and definitely wasn't. So
that's fair enough. If there's that dynamic,
not the best. I'd have taken the offsuit 10 on the river.
Yeah,
I don't think he would.
I imagine if that comes, but like I said to the guys on the stream, I love exactly how you played the hand up until when he raises the top. I love the double barrel, absolutely love the double barrel, but I think when he raises, that's when you've got to bin it. Yeah. Unless you've got that soul read that he hasn't got it and he's at it, perhaps then. I
think he's got me, obviously,
yeah.
But I just think like he's got me, but not enough to call the rip over the top.
Yeah.
I don't know, like.
Yeah.
Like even ace five suited like is in a weird spot there, like because not many people are finding a bluff there.
Yeah.
But some do. And, Not ideal.
What do we think he's raising us with on the turn though? Do you just think he was at it, or
just think he's at it? Like he's just been clicking and getting weird all the time, and I don't know. Like if he thinks I've got like anything worse than ace king, he can just click it and take it down right there. Like been seeing him getting pretty wild earlier in the day, but. Not my finest hour, to be fair. But what can you do?
Yeah, I just think even if you've got some sort of soul read in these sort of fields, sometimes like in these spots especially, when we've still got a huge amount of equity in the prize pool of our particular stack size, like just bin it sometimes. But fair play, like I was just about to say, as Kelvin said, that fair play for coming in and talking about it. He's still in the toilets crying, but it was fun to watch. Everyone loved it on the stream. Like I said, you might not want to go on Facebook tomorrow, but
I knew the second it had come on stream and my phone started going absolutely mental.
Yeah, but it happens, mate. At least you can say it was a bit of a punt, and you're going to make mistakes. No one plays perfectly, and if you go for it because of dynamic, then that's ballsy. It's a ballsy move.
Looks great if it works.
Yeah,
if
of course it does.
Fucking, I don't know, King 10 or something, but yeah, he's just been getting pretty weird all day, I'd found, but maybe that was just what I'd seen, and because I hadn't been playing with him, I'd only just moved to the feature, so I was back on with him, and he chips up absolutely chunks, especially after he knocked Tom out. And just sometimes live reads go wrong, what can you say?
Yeah, that's it, but
gotta make the move.
If you're happy with your read, I know it's incorrect on this time, and you went with it, and fair enough.
I always play quick as well.
I know. I've noticed that your decision, boom, really quick.
No matter what I'm doing, I'm doing it quick. So
because what I thought at the time, because you continually raise and you like snap 3-bet rip like really quickly, and I just thought like sometimes you get that thing in your head, you're like, oh, why is he raising all in? Like sometimes you get that rush of blood and the adrenaline comes in.
Here's the thing though, he's never got ace king, he's never got ace, he's never got king.
Exactly, 5s and 6s are alright.
He can have 5s and 6s, and I don't think he plays them like that on the, I think I hear about it on the flop when he's got a set.
Okay.
Like the hand he had earlier when he had against the 7-8 when he had the combo draw, like he's getting weird on the turn with a combo draw, or it's pretty hard for him to, but just I don't know. Yeah. It's one of those big punts.
But still good cash, mate. It's a nice little free bag in the
got
kitty.
might get invited to some
Yeah,
private
that's
games
it. So,
anyway. Everyone knows I'll punt off.
Yeah, so if you wanna get Sean involved in any of your games, give him a shout. He's here in Blackpool, so let him know. But thanks for coming in. I appreciate that, mate. Well done. But great for him to come in there, guys. It takes a lot. Not a lot of people would have come in after that on stream. And fair play to the man for coming in to join me and talk about at least giving us some sort of understanding that there was some sort of dynamic there. It weren't just an outright punt. And seems like a really nice guy as well. Just talking to me then just comes across really well. And unfortunately he's out the door, but it gave us a bit of entertainment, which is what you guys want to see. You want to see entertainment on the feature table, and that's exactly what we had that hand.
Yeah, well played, Sean. Well played indeed. And yeah, he's turned 125 into 3.7 or whatever it was, 3.4.
Yeah, 3.45.
And every credit. He wanted to come in and have a chat, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, and while we were chatting away, we lost one on the outer table. That's why we've got.
Who we lost?
We've lost Wadey. Wadey was in 25th for 3,450, so everyone's laddered another 280 quid.
No. That's it.
And in seat 3, taking their seat, Michael Allen comes to the table.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much of Mike Allen on the feature this week. Another big stack coming in. Yeah, Josh and Vinny are still in, both of them.
I don't think. Did Victor Lukin and Junior both make the day 3, or did Victor bust the back end of day 2?
I do. I think it was 24th or something like that. I think by that time it might have been Dad just on day 3. I'll check that.
I remember years ago when I played 2017 Leeds, brother and sister day 3, both
That's
made
right,
Hannah and Ed Swale, so I remember that. Seat 2 is Usman. Was my pick when I saw him a couple of legs ago.
Yes.
Was playing very well. I said, look out for that man, and here he is, Tower.
Yeah.
I saw him playing very well, and I said, this is one to watch.
Absolutely. Rupert in this hand with the 5s.
So Connor peeling Anthony's free bet with the 10-8 suited. Interesting. Well, action.
Ace, King, 9, 2 hearts. Top pair, second best kicker. Flush draw for Connor in 6. The Jack of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, so this is
Connor needing to. He can't have the. He's got the guts of ball.
Yeah, I don't like it, Alex. I don't like it. With the 10-8 suited, I'm not the biggest fan of the peel off the stack. Working with what was only 45 bigs when the blinds are actually going up as well in 3 minutes time, when then they're going to be down to 35 bigs. So maybe against Anthony, he might have thought this guy's just going to be playing a lot of hands. He might be at it. Maybe we can take it away from him with some boards, but
Connor's working his house out.
I think it would have gone in the muck, but
he's got 2 hands.
Well, it's a pot size bet on the turn, Tower. It's 300 into 300, so with 1 card to come here this deep in the tournament, I don't think we want to be getting this in. If it was King Jack 9, 2 hearts on the flop, like go, and we've got 2 cards to come, be fine with him getting it in, but gonna have to fold this one. Can run it through his head, but he'll realise that he should have like 14 outs usually here without the dead cards. We can see the dead cards up the top. So with one card to come, yeah, he's just going to have to let this one go. Literally getting 2-1 on the call. And the other thing is as well, Tower, like sometimes he might, like I doubt it actually, it's hard for him to have Queen 10 here. Is he going to squeeze that and then rip for this big once we get the gin turn? I think he's folding.
Yep.
Yeah.
Taps the table. And Anthony miles ahead, stays it. Average stack for 6 left. With how many left? 25? That's never been known ever. That has never ever been known.
You could get 2 million today, so we still got over an hour left on the day. You never know, you might chip up to 2 million.
Oh, we're gonna have to do that next time, like, jeez, that would have been amazing. It's only asked. Let the audience grab your hunts, but not us.
Gentlemen, remaining in the value event, please make your way back to the boardroom now. That's all players in the value event, please retake your seats. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break.
King 5 Jack on the flop. Check call from Rupert.
And Raggy turning the nut flush draw here, go with his pair of 5s. And just moves all in.
Yeah, and it's on Rupert in 7.
Don't think Rupert's going to call here, Tower.
No.
Pot size bet, yes, we have second pair and an up and down. But a lot of the time, don't expect Raggy to ever have a bluff here. A lot of the time, he's just going to rock up with the goods. Thinking about this one. Thought this would have been in the muck by now. Can actually see he's got the best hand, so it would actually be a good call. Raggy only with 26% equity here, but I just think once Raggy goes bet shove here, Raggy can have a hand like King Queen, King Jack, King 10, King X of clubs in there as well. Set of 5s, definitely a candidate. Maybe Queen Jack that he opted to bet flop. Ace 10 as well was in there, the gut shot. Like, what bluffs do we really expect Raggy to have here? That's the thing, it's not much. It's just not much, and gets it through, and Raggy shows him the ace of clubs. That's going to leave Rupert fairly short.
Yeah, Rupert's down 20 bigs.
It's going to be 16 bigs Tower because blinds did go up two minutes ago. We're playing 5k, 10k. Get that graphic sorted for you guys.
Absolutely.
Last level of the day.
The last level. And we're down to 24. But she's told me where he had gone.
Well, that 24 has just become 23 because we've lost James Pitchforth.
Well done, James.
In 24th place for £3,730. So 23 players remaining. 3 tables remain. And if you said to me at the start of the day we'd get down to 23, I probably wouldn't have believed you. So it could be a few more before the end of the day as well. One more level to go. Frankie coming along.
Yeah. Could do with some blue chips, never mind, just reds.
Yeah. I saw someone complaining about this on Twitter in the WSOP about all the TDs chipping up too much because they can't take pictures of their big stacks.
Oh, right, okay.
They go, it's what you want to do. Everyone wants to post a picture of their stacks, and when everyone's chipping, all the TDs are chipping up too much, the stacks become a lot smaller. They don't look as big. Let's get them 1Ks off. Don't need them.
Not anymore. Well, this is a big chunk taken out of...
yeah, what's that? 300, 400, 500.
500. Are we going to bring blues or are we having all reds?
I reckon blues, Tower. I'm going with blues. I reckon this is going to see the blues in play for the first time. Black and blue chips, the 100Ks, the daddies of the GUKPTs. If we actually have a million chip at the Goliath as well.
Yeah,
that comes out for the Goliath only. You know, million chip.
What effect will it have on the way people approach it tomorrow with such a big chip leader?
I don't think it will affect it that much, Paul. I think people, especially the absolute crushers left in, there's a handful of them, like really, really good players of millions of earnings. I think they'll just play their game, dependent on their stack size. And as well, sometimes it's not a bad thing, because a lot of the time when someone's got that many chips, they start opening a lot more hands, start opening lighter from a lot more positions. And if you're short, if you're in that 15 big blind, 20 big blind remit, you're going to get a lot more reshove spots, because you can start shoving a little lighter against the opponent with all the chips, because if they're going to start opening a bit wider, we can start incorporating in some lighter shoves. So sometimes it can actually be a good thing, depending on whether you get them on the table or not. But I don't think there'll be too much change regarding Anthony's stack. I think people would just play their stack in terms of the big blinds that they have, and maybe the stacks at their table. But yeah, maybe sometimes you're going to get a smidge more shove spots, because Anthony might be opening more hands than he usually would. Like here, King 8 off in the hijack, it's a fold. You plug that one, pre-flop charts, it should be a fold. But he's opened it here because he's got all the chips. We're approaching the back end of day 2. Going to start trying to chip up a little more, which I like from him. I like the open because of his stack size and the stage of the tournament.
You're watching that hand. Well, there hasn't been another one like that since, has there?
Just said it was the hand.
No.
So the cards are out. Big blind is Rupert. Raggy out of the door. Gets out of the way. So too does Matt. Big chip leader, 1.7 mil. Anthony Miles ahead.
Wait. How many times are we going to use that one in the next 24 hours? Anthony Miles ahead. So Usman working with 24 big blinds, going to open the A6 suited. Good potential hand coming for a still win. Michael could perhaps free bet this versus this particular stack size. I always talk about good stack sizes to potentially attack, but Michael just going to make the call. Mike Allen. Like free bets like 55, leaving us room to fold if Usman 4-bet rips, but just opts the call, which is fine as well. We can take flops with this hand in position. A suited ace position on the opener.
Mark Lee to the podium, please. Seat of 2-5 Hold'em. Mark Lee, 2-5 Hold'em.
773. So both players whiff, but this pot's going to go Usman's way a lot of the time. Usman doesn't need to go big here. We can go smaller than our open size. We can go 20k, around that sort of remit on this paired board against the cut-off call. We're just going to fold out a lot of hold-ins like 10-8 suited, 10-9 suited, the Broadway hands, all those type of hold-ins, and don't need to go large here as Usman. There it is, 23k. And now Mike Allen just probably going to get out of the way here. Not much going for us here on this board. That 7 of spades was a 7 of diamonds, might be a plausible float opportunity, but against Usman's stack size, thinks better of it. And Usman, nice little pickup with the worst of it.
So the final session of the day, live stream finishing in just under an hour. Been an amazing day yet again. 168 started, we're down to 24. 3 tables of 8.
And this is it, Anthony just taking charge now, 6-4 suited. Going to open this one, and Rupert here, 15 bigs, got a shove here, tower. This guy's opening a lot of hands, and good to see this from Randy Rupert. In they go, and Anthony not going to call it off with a 6-4 hearts, even if he does have 1.7 million chips. He's asking for a count, but he cannot call here.
No, not at all.
Just be burning chips.
Never calling. Get the exact count for our old Randy Rupert, and he takes a hand. $199. He has 201,000. 199 and 19 big blinds. And the blinds are 510, so basically 20 bigs. Big Trig still in. Former champion on our seat, number 9, and defending champion Matt Early from 2019. Full chip count at the end of the day with the roundup.
That's how live to be that once. Like you usually get after it's after the street. Yeah. I wouldn't get 2, definitely get the house.
So Michael going to open the 3s, and Gary just opting to flat the ace-10 in the hijack. Matt 9, Jack 7 off, getting 6.5 to 1 on his money. Might just flick it in the head tower, see if flops here and catch a piece, but opts to get out of the way. Don't want to get in too much trouble this stage of the day.
Nine flop, 9-4-5.
So with Gary here, does have just ace high. 3 overcards to Mike's 3s, but might come in for 1 bet here on the 9 high board and try and take this one down right away. And Gary here with ace 10 can't do much but fold. Although we are faced with a 3rd pot bet, just not going to float this one, and the 3s of Mike Allen going to take it down.
$1.7 million. 170 big blinds with 24 players left. Wow. I think you're right, Jay. I don't think he's ever been seen before.
Imagine the odds. What odds he going to be? Have we ever seen someone even money to win the main on day 3?
No, not at all. Be interesting sports book tomorrow morning when you can have a little flutter on Grosvenor Sports with the players that are going to be left. Wow. It's going to be interesting tomorrow morning.
So he's got a nice one to open under the gun, ace queen. Raises to 21. And Rupert here with the 5s. There it is, like to see it, and this is interesting spot. He's going to ask for a counters when it's 20 big blinds here.
And from Rupert.
This is close, Tower.
It is very close.
This is very close, because Rupert doesn't look like the type of guy that's going to take close reshove spots with like an ace-jack suited here or a king-queen. I just don't think he looks like that type of person, or even like deuces through 5s. I wouldn't even think he might not have these in there, but that's just going on. Just doesn't look like someone that's going to be reshoving light, so I wouldn't even blame Usman for folding this one, Tower. I know we can see it be flipping, but against good opponents, good regulars, we'd see Usman call, but against an unknown population, like, we just don't expect Rupert to have ace jack there, and Usman's probably thinking he's got what he's weighted towards ace king. We're going to have 3 outs, or we're in a flip situation, exactly what it was. And that spot, and a lot of these live spots actually, these 20 big blind shoves when they shove over your open, do become very player dependent, and that is what it can come down to in the end.
Nice one, Fletch. All the best. See you tomorrow in the chat. The White Lion is closing down for the evening. It's 10 to 12. You can't get another drink. Let me add up. Yeah, cheers. T-Boy's off. He's not done a run for an hour.
I've not.
He's been too excited.
To be honest, this session's been so. I've been so engaged in this session. It's been a really, really fun one.
Incoming water very shortly. Nice one, Fletch. We'll catch you tomorrow in the chat. Make sure the White Lions got it on in the on one of the TVs in the corner. Absolutely, Vicky, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, you man. Husband's all in, ace king.
The open for Thomas Tracy on a 1-2 tackle cash game. Thomas Tracy to Guardian, please, for a 1-2 tackle cash game. Thank you.
Jamie, 1.7 million. Chip leader has average stack for 6 players left. To be fair, he did come to the table with 900k and then won an absolute monster off Sean Donovan, who punted off basically. Sean's been in to have a chat about it as well. Young man from Blackpool, plays here on a regular basis, explaining with Jay on what the dynamics were about it, but Andy, miles ahead, is exactly that. It has been an incredible session, or an incredible day for Andy Miles. So it's an absolute bonza for him, and he will be stacking up as chip leader unless something absolutely insane goes wrong. So Usman this time doesn't get them in. There's now no need to with 30 bigs. After initial limp from Anthony. Yeah, if you're not with us tomorrow, Jamie, good luck when you fly out to Vegas on Monday. If you make the final, don't forget, send for me and Jay, and we'll bring the camera and the microphone, and we'll see you at the FT. So flop a queen 6-8. Check from Anthony. Continuation from Usman. Makes it 40,000. And that should be the end of the hand. It is indeed. Nice play from Usman. We are still on 24.
Back. Miss anything?
No.
Good. That's what I like to hear.
No. Oh my days. So we're on 24. Flop a jack, jack queen. We started the day with 168. It has been amazing.
Wants to be continuing this map. Although we can see he's going to get called. Wants to be coming in for the continue.
He's still in the bounty. Rails is not in the bounty. Shakes his head. How many's left in? 2 tables. 194 runners in the bounty. Insane. 194 in the bounty. Rails not in, but they're down to 2 tables.
Yeah, Jamie, you missed a big one. Probably you'll probably see it at some point over the weekend on Facebook. But man, it was probably one of the best hands we've seen in terms of not hands being made in a long time. It was
It was pretty mental.
It was indeed.
But it was fun for everyone watching at home.
We've wished him well for Vegas when he jets off Monday morning. And he's fetching for us for the FT. He says, have microphone ready. When he makes the FT in Vegas. He's ringing us up.
Okay.
Jamie Nixon. We should be available. Matt Eardley, bets 35. Connor makes the call with the Queen. Matt down to 16 bigs. Raggy on 19. Gary on 21. Rupert on 24. And then we start to separate.
So in about half hour's time, that's probably when we're going to pause the clock for the last few hands of the day. We are still left with 24. And Raggy 20 bigs, ace 10 here under the gun. Just wants to be opening this one. Good to see that he's raised it rather than shoving. Perfect hand to come in for a still with. Ace 10 under the gun. Start getting value from big blind defend range. But I'm actually going to get called from Anthony here. And Anthony has been on an absolute hot streak. Absolute. That's just madness. Never seen a stack like it at this stage. And there we go.
There we go. Flops the 8 as well. Just Raggy's going to be in a bit of trouble here. He might try and rep a biggie, but he decides to check. Is he coming over the top?
Nah, he's just going to fold out. Oh!
Is he coming over the top?
Wow, he is.
He is coming over the top.
Just
and the man who's
high.
miles ahead is going to streak even further.
Oh, he might. This is weird, Tower.
I'm finding a call. I think he's finding a call, which he has. Raggy's got the overs, but unfortunately for him, he didn't want to see the 10.
Yeah, he's going to have to hit an ace, and only an ace. There's good runners. Runners to chop, runners to scoops in forms of diamonds. Well, now just an ace.
We need it. It's one of the two aces left in the deck, or we lose James Raggy Clark.
And that is what happens. We lose him.
In 23rd. 23 left, James Clark, 23rd for £3,730.
Just like that, down to 22 players.
Down to 22, yeah, Gary Whitehead is from Leeds in seat number 4. Former champion in seat number 9, Matt Eardley. And miles ahead is our chip leader in seat 1.
So nearly there. Nearly there for day 2.
I reckon about half an hour to go, 35 minutes to go on the live stream. It'll be around about 12:30 when we finish. Another full 12 hours on the stream from Jay and myself all the way through to the very end. The ticket for the payouts has not been updated for a while because PK is on the floor a lot. So we'll give you the payouts. We can read them to you how we are from where we were at 40.
Well, that's not the flop you want to see when you've got pocket jacks. However, we do have the range advantage, so is going to come in for a small bet. Anthony gets out of the way with the 5 height. Can't do much there, but let that one go. Queen, King, 4. All clubs gone clubbing in Blackpool. Matt Eardley flops the absolute lot. Yeah, action killer for him though on the turn. Oh, the 10 of clubs, any jack of clubs around? Yeah, actually, I'll say action killer. No way. It's never coming. Yeah, we're probably going to get 1 street of value from Anthony. It's never coming. Well, the way Anthony's running tower. That's true. Just want to flatter us, Matt. Like, we want to keep some bluffs in, we want to keep our range a little bit wider. As soon as we 3-bet, we turn our hand face up. So just want to be flatting. I'd like to see that from Matt, and we're going to have to check river still as well. Although Anthony's raise is to snap check back river, that's the reason Anthony's raised tower. He wants to snap check the river behind with position, and that's exactly what he's going to do. There's the snap check. Indeed, he flopped it. He flopped it. Yeah, trick's still in. It's fairly short now. I saw him when I went and got the old Walters. He was fairly short. Still going strong, flying the flag for Team Grosvenor. Already shipped one this year, back in Manchester.
Any players interested in 2-5 text hold for cash game, please make your way to the card room. Any players interested in a 2-5 text hold for cash game, make your way to the card room desk. Thank you.
Nice flop for Matt after opening the button, flopping top pair. Usman just elected to defend the King Jack suited. Could have definitely ripped this versus Matt's stack size. Now face with a 34k continues. Matt opted in for around 60%. And Usman here, I think versus a smaller size, we'd see him continue. It's a very good hand to float here. versus the button. We can bluff some runouts as well, but I think against this particular size, once he sizes up 60% over half pot, more inclined to make the fold here with the king jack of diamonds. I think if Matt opted for like third pot, we would have probably seen a float from Usman. He still may float, you never know, but I think against Matt's particular stack size here, just wants to be letting this one go as Usman. I'm surprised he didn't actually come in for the rip pre. May have something to do with back end of the day. We're only half hour away from bagging.
Boz plays Blackpool and he's still in. Jamie O'Connor is still in the mix. Not been on the feature, I don't think, but I'm sure he will be tomorrow. Half an hour to go tonight. Once again, everybody, thanks for tuning in and making today such a great day with the live stream, with the chat, with everybody interacting on all platforms. It has been an amazing day. Round up to finish with in about half an hour's time.
We dominated.
$20 bigs for Gary, 22 bigs for Rupert.
So folds Anthony in the cutoff, folds the king deuce, and Usman here with the ace queen, playing 34 bigs. Easy open for us, no question about it. Want to be raising this one on the button.
Rupert giving his running commentary of an all-in and a call on the outer table. There's Rupert, one of our short stacks. Not happy that the short stack doubled. Play your own game, man. Don't worry about the outer table until tomorrow.
Raise and take for Usman.
Those were the days when town was nice and young and nice.
Just like that's our announcement, it brought money to the victim to Cochrane, that brought money to Cochrane. See it available on the 1 delivery. Thank you.
$168 we started with today, with the 12 buy-ins for day 2. Slowly lost players. End of level 6 today. The bubble burst, and that was Katie Swift. Yeah. Kings into aces, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then we've seen an influx of bust outs since then, and that brings us down to the final 22 players. It says 24 at the top, but we need to get that updated. But at the moment, we are down to 22. We've got about half hour left of the day, as we see Rupert open the ace-8 of clubs under the gun. Perfectly fine to do this off of 22 bigs. Fine to try and come in for a steal, pick up blinds and ante. As well as I always say, start getting some value from the defend range of the big blind. And Usman here with the kings. How are we going to play this one?
Right.
Obviously, they're never folding, so it's just flat or 3-bet. If he thinks Rupert is going to be pretty weighted towards value under the gun, that he's happy to get him for 22 bigs, he's probably going to 3-bet. If he thinks Rupert's going to have some light opens in here, he might incorporate in a flat to try and get the lot. But he is opted in for 3-bet, he's reaching. Looks like he's made it 55, is that? 22 players remaining, 51k from Risman. And once this comes back round to old Rupert, just going to have to get out of the way, and that's perfectly fine. We're fine to open this hand early position, and then once we get 3-bet, we can fold. Oh, he is going to call. Wow, what, this is strange stuff here from old Rupert.
This is
back end of the day, peeling a 3-bet from our gun open, out of position.
Rupert's getting a bit jiggy. He's hit the 8.
So lovely flop here for Usman. And if we're Usman here, we want to choose a size to give us a nice comfortable turn shove versus Rupert's stack size here. So probably something around 40-45k. So then if Rupert does call, we're working with about 0.6 SPR on the turn, and we can come in for a comfortable shove. But it looks like he's got even smaller than that. Opted for 50k, perfect, that's fine. 45k I said, so 50, basically the same thing, but means we're going to have be working with an SPR of about 0.5 on the turn if Rupert does call. Ace-8 here. What are we up to as Rupert? Do we want to get it in? No, we don't. We let it go, and we've just lost one tower. We're down to 21.
Oh, we're lost on the hour tables.
We have lost Josh Musson.
No, Josh.
Just as you put that in the chat, Danny,
oh,
we've lost
Danny,
him.
It's your fault.
On the outer table as soon as that come in the chat, and when we got the news through that Josh has gone. Ron is still in.
Daddy's still left. What a fantastic week for young Josh.
Yeah, it's a good little,
what a
good run.
fantastic week.
It's an unbelievable field as well, Tower. It's he's going to be more than happy with a week. 30-30 win, deep run in the main event. I think he cashed the PLO as well. I actually remember seeing his name on the list of people that cashed that. So really, really good week from him. So 21 players remain. It's open from Anthony with King 5. Obviously very loose, wouldn't be opening this one in any normal situation, but obviously back end of the day trying to get Maxo chips, trying to apply some pressure, knowing players are going to want to be bagging and making a day 2. I would say though, would prefer to see a check here from him, but opts for 125k into 120k. And what this does, we're actually going to fold out some Queen X with this particular size. And I think if Gary sat here with like a Queen 10 suited, we can make the laydown. But the problem with this size is we're only ever going to get action from a better hand. And Anthony, although he's got all the chips, I think maybe a little bit of misstep here with his continued size going over pot with this particular holding. We're going to fold out the Queen X, which we want to keep him. Some 6X may even peel if we do opt for a smaller size. Some gut shots, hands like Jack 10 as well aren't going to call getting this price. So Gary here with King Jack now in a bit of a spot, because this size is just massive. So what do we do as Gary? And he moves all in, and this is the problem. We're only ever getting action from better. We can see with Gary's stack size, it would have gone in either way, whatever happened. If he bet small, Gary would have ripped, he would have called. But just looking at it from a wider perspective, sizing on the flop is a little bit too large there from Anthony. But he's got all the chips, he must be doing something right.
Well, a lot of things right, I should say. 1.6 million still is heaps. And Gary on his way to a double, just fading 5s and 6s for a chop. Well, that will be that, just fading queens now for a chop.
No queen, no chop.
There we go. So Gary is going to get the double. That's big for him back end of the day. Back up to 41 bigs. He'll be more than happy with that, Gary. Nice from him.
King 3 under the gun. Not having any of that, no matter how many chips I've got. Average stack for 6 left. Anthony Miles ahead. Usman 6s, raising it up.
Matt got a nice one to defend. See if we can catch a good enough piece. Working with 22 bigs to start the hand. Well, that is a good enough piece. How'd you like that flop, Matt? A lovely flop for him.
We are loving it.
And Edward Usman here with the 6 is still going to be coming in for a small bet here a lot of the time, Tao. I want to deny equity to overcards. Don't want Matt getting a free one with some like random Jack 9 or something like that and realising his equity. So we're going to come in for a bet still here as Usman. And Edward Matt just want to be flat end. We got hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, drawing dead to runners. So want to just be calling here as Matt, keeping Usman's bluffs in his range. So that's what I expect to see from him. Although we could credibly rep a bluff on this board. We could have some 6-7s, some spade draws, hands like that. But this is, he is going to raise. He is going to make the raise here, Matt, with the 7-5 of clubs. Raises to 48. And that's probably going to be bad news for Usman because 6-7 very unlikely with 2 6s in our hands. We half the combos from 16 to 8 for that, and the only real bluffs Matt should have now are going to be the spade draws. So like, he closed his eyes here, Usman? He's literally meditating pre-hand tower. he's meditating, figuring out what to do. And regarding the bluffs, look, he's going to get them open, then they're shut. He's opened them again. There we go. That's why he's making a decision. When he opens his eyes, you know that he's made his decision. So he's actually going to make the call here. Maybe he thinks that Matt's never going to raise a 5, so what's he supposed to have? So maybe he thinks he's pretty spade draw heavy. Oh!
Oi, oi!
Again!
The turn does it again.
How many times today? It must be 7 or 8.
We're losing, Matt.
What?
We are losing. Defending champion Matt Earler. We can't do anything else.
And he's dead to a 5. That is as gin as they come. How does Usman get this turn? Wow, and Matt's loving life here. He's got an up and down to go with his trip 5s. He's doing cartwheels and somersaults, and Usman sat there with a boat. Oh. And now, story for Usman Tower. We going to reverse what we said on the flop. We should just be flat in here.
to keep Matt's bluffs in there. We want to keep spade draws in there where we've got drawing dead. And the thing is as well, we're going to get the money from 5x on most rivers anyway. So if he does have a 5, yes, he's going to put it in now a lot of the time, but we're going to get the money from the 5x on the river anyway. So we want to keep the spade draws in there. If he's got a hand like Jack 9 of spades, a random spade combo, King 4 of spades, something like that along those lines. We want all these hands to be continuing in this spot. So with position, we get to dictate the action on the river. I expect Usman just to make the call here with the 6s because, like I said, keep the bluffs in and we're going to get the money from the 5 anyway on the river.
Yeah, just a call. It is just a call. There's only 1 5 of diamonds in the deck.
Imagine.
Oh, no way.
Oh. So it's a queen of clubs, and
even I'd need headphones if that 5 of diamonds had come.
Yeah, this is going to go shove, and Usman will beat him in the pot.
It has to be.
Yeah, it's going to go shove, and Usman's going to beat him in the pot, and this is just bad news for Matt. It's just very unlikely, and he's going to get snapped off. And
yeah, it makes call, and very, very unfortunate because Matt has just seen the turn from hell, and the 6 full of Matt Eardley means he's not going to be defending his title, but he has run it up to 20th.
Yeah, and why that hand was going on, he's not even, he was 21st place. Why that hand was going on was Rick Trick. Trick busted on the outer table as soon as that hand was going on. So we are actually down to 19 players after losing Matt Eardley that hand. What a gross one that was. How many turn sets have we seen today?
So Trigg was 21st for 3.7 and Matt Eardley gets the pay jump to 4,020. Defending champion in Blackpool from 2019, Matt Eardley. Great effort, but we're on 19.
Saying it, chip and a chair, experience that yesterday, first time.
Wowzers. So 22nd was Josh Musson, 21st was Rick Trigg, and 20th was Matthew Eardley. What a good effort. We're down to 19.
So it says that. So while you've got 1 extra player, you can't play.
Ah, right, okay.
Stick it in you.
Yeah, he was my shout at the earlier of the year. Anthrax, when I saw him play, I think it was up in Edinburgh actually, I think it was leg 5, and I saw him up in Edinburgh and I thought this guy's good. He was playing on the featured table, he weren't even like doing like chipping up or anything like that, just the folds he was making, the 3-bet spots, just the spots he was taking, and what I saw from him I thought this one's one to look out for sure.
You did. And again, he's going to be making a day 3 unless something happens. You might want to tell the Instagram guy not to be too keen. Seen that elimination 5 minutes ago on Insta.
That might have been Trigg posting it then. That might have been, I'm guessing that might, well, it might have been PK.
That's it.
Any hands?
Whip's coming out.
Any hands we know left?
Well, no, dealer's not said out to me.
Well, I know that we come back at 31, so 7 minutes left on the clock there would be now, and the clock always gets paused before
We'll let you
10.
know in a minute.
So I'm assuming that we are down to the X amount left, but we'll just play it out. Stay tuned, guys. We've got the end of day round up.
First of 4.
There you are. There you are.
First of 4, just been announced.
First of 4. So 4 more hands to go, and then that will be that for the day. And we have got the roundup coming, guys. So all chip counts, all players that have made it through will be coming up. So Usman blind on blind, pocket 3, he's going to raise it up to 40k, like the sizing he's opted for, nice and large out of position. You want to size up these blinds and blind situations when you are in the small, you want to try and get some folds from your opponent. Obviously you're always going to be out of position, acting first on every street, so opts for 4x and Mike going to make the call in position, heads up to the flop of King 6-4 Rainbow. So good for Usman in terms of range, going to have the strong hands here, some ace king, king queen, these type of hands being the razor. However, we are blind on blind, so ranges are very wide. Pocket threes here, expect to still see them continue, just to get folds from hands like the one Mike actually has. Good example in this situation. We want to deny equity to these type of holdings, just some random hand that has no gut shot, no draw, but will have 2 overcards. So there is the continue from Usman, and just expect Mike Allen to get out of the way now. Can't see him continuing here with just jack high in this spot. Usman opted in for just south of half pot. Looks like Mike's going to pull out the float though with jack 10. Getting a little floaty.
5 of hearts on the turn.
So Usman picking up and down to go with his pair, and does actually have the best hand. And the thing is, from Usman's perspective now, Tower, other than ace highs that we'll call once, blind on blind, it looks like we're never going to have the best hand here. If Mike's got a straight draw on the flop, he's now either made a pair or a straight. We're still behind to 4x, 6x and king x. So if Usman starts betting here, I'm guessing he's lining up a bluff, unless he wants to come in for the check call, but it looks like he's looking at his chips, so maybe incoming double barrel from the pocket threes. I don't mind it. It's hard for Mike to have a straight here. We can start targeting some 1 pairs, the 6x, the 4x that he can have in this particular situation, blind on blind. We count to 20 seconds with Tom. When Usman opens his eyes, that's when we know something's going to happen. That's how we do it with this man. There they are, they're open. Now he's had a little look and right there's the check. He must go into like some meditation state or something like that of running ranges and whatnot. And if Mike's floating flop with the jack 10, he's always going to be barreling this turn once check to us. So Usman obviously planning to check call with this particular holding. Mike, very good player, obviously can have some floats in this spot that we may still be ahead of, but Usman here up and down with a pair, blind on blind, range is very wide, still expect him to make the call here a lot of the time, Tower.
Indeed. Imagine an heads up between Tom and Usman. Imagine a heads up between Usman and Tom.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We'd need substitutes.
Who's Mr. Ray Von?
Ray Von.
Binky Wink says there he is, Mr. Ray Von.
I'm getting the word. John. Oh, how you doing, guys? Good evening, Binky Winks.
We are nearly there. We have got a few more hands to go. I think the outer tables are starting to bag, and looks like Mike Allen is going to go for it here. He is going for it with the jack 10. It looks like he's gone very small. He's maybe trying to rep a king, saying I've got a king here, buddy. Trying to get called by, what are we trying to get called by though if we have got a king? 5x maybe, that elected to raise and caught a pair, but nice play there from Mike Allen. Floats and went bet and got the job done. Guess he just thought Usman's never checking the king on the turn. How many hands to go?
So we've got 2 of this is the second of 4. We could be here another hour with Usman. We're on 2 of 4. What a great day yet again. The louder you scream, the faster you ride.
Queen 10 of clubs for Connor. Wants to be opening this one under the gun. Probably should mention as well we are 7-handed. So short-handed than usual. Actually, we're 6-handed. 6-handed, even more reason to open. Going here with Jack 8 in the big. Getting this price, expecting to defend this a lot of the time. Tower, however, he might just want to bag up and try and get through to day 3. Wouldn't blame him, but a lot of the people are going to be defending this one. Getting this price. He's going to flick in the defend.
The outer table bagging up, as you can see, everybody's standing up. Paul Fisher in front of the camp. The 3 stooges right there, Curly, Larry and Mo. Bagged up and finished, the outer table. We've got 3 hands left.
Good board for us to continue as Connor. We've got some really nice back doors, some removal to some good King X, as well as we've just got Queen High and happy to take it down there. So 2 hands remaining on the day.
2 hands. We're down to 19. No, 19. So 3 tables coming back tomorrow. We play 8-handed to the final of 9. So when we get to 16, we'll be on 2 tables. Start at 12 in the club, 12:30 on the live stream for another 12 hours of poker.
No, they don't play more than the rest.
No, they definitely
Chelsea fan.
Yeah, it just always seems to be.
It's just always the feature table. It's the last table to bag up. It's just crazy.
Everybody plays 4 hands. It's just some of them play quicker than the others, and
this
we've
man
never finished first.
Yeah, and this man is very deliberate in his decisions.
Absolutely,
likes to take his time.
They're still shouting cash players out. Connor's going to defend his big.
Most certainly, with the ace-9. It's going to be heads up to the flop between Connor and Usman. 2 hands to go. This is the penultimate one of the day. What a day it's been as well.
Ace-9 flopping.
Top pair, middle pair, top kick up for Connor. And
this should go check call. Once. That of 19,000.
And Connor going to be calling once, getting this price. Not going to be folding. Makes the call.
King of Hearts on the turn.
Check a lot of the time here. Tower. Connor's going to just be playing in flow, checking over to Usman, and Usman still with flush draw, straight draw on this turn, but there is having an overcard that come. King 10, straight draw makes a better pair than us on the turn, but if we're Usman here, it's good to check back, and if we get the check from Connor on the river, we can go for thin value with our queens on brick rivers a lot of the time.
Any players interested in 2-5 hold cash game, please make your way to the card room, man. Any players interested in a 2-5 hold cash game, make your way to the card room desk.
So a bet again from Usman with the queens, and Connor gets out of the way. Final hand.
Oh no, that was the final hand.
I was pretty sure there was 2 left. It was 1 left. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, what a day in the bag. Miles ahead.
I was miles ahead, but
wow.
Where's Paul Fisher got them from?
What's happened on the outer table?
Has he been in the chip cupboard?
Paul Fishing Fisher, 1 million. Anthony Miles, 1.5. Macapac, look at that, 785. Paul Jackson, 689.
And what about Chris Johnson if he wins National League? That is massive. That is absolutely huge.
If Chris Johnson wins this, he's going to be 10, 15 points behind.
With a few events left to go.
With all the 30-30s next week, and it's just going to be amazing. They are the final 19 players. Rupert's down at the bottom. Dave Greenoff, Boz is there, 261. Connor Gar on 357. It has been an amazing day. Any grand finals about? Any grand finals about whatsoever? Thanks to you guys as always in the chat box. You've been amazing. Please join us for the final day in Blackpool. There will be tomorrow morning at 9 AM on Grosvenor Sports the book for those players there. Not him, he's not in it. There, who's going to be priced up big favourite? Who's going to be the lively outsider? Have a couple of quid on Grosvenor Sport just for a bit of interest while you're watching the live stream, because it's going to be an absolutely amazing day. This guy's been amazing. We've seen some crazy hands. We've seen some great.
This has been a really good day too.
We've been some great footage as well. Thanks to you lot as always, and please join us for day 3 in Blackpool. Starting at 12:30 on the stream. We can't wait. Is it time for bed?
Yeah, I think it is, but make sure back tomorrow, guys, 12:30, playing for 140k. Don't forget that 140 bags up top. It's an absolute chunk, biggest we've ever seen in Blackpool, and I'm buzzing for it.
140 grand up top, 9 grand for it in the final.
Yeah.
Cannot wait. Shall we do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll do it again tomorrow. We will be back from 12:30 on stream, 12 in the club. We'll see you all then, guys. Thanks for today. Catch you soon.
See you then.